We're just getting things set up here. Hello. Those of you who are able to make it, we are once again jumping into our fellowship for individuals that would like to ask questions about anything, discuss anything, touch on anything, talk about anything. We have the opportunity to do so at this time. Normally, it takes me a couple of minutes or so to make sure that everything is up and running, where there's not going to be any issues. And we should be set at the moment. And I had alerted everybody to the fact that we, the board, are now meeting on a weekly basis. So we're looking to get things done rather quickly while we prepare for things to be officially updated and arranged to reflect the fact that the board is now in charge and governing and has control of the organization. Understand that this was not the intent, the initial intent. However, this is where we are as a result of our leadership not conceding and simply having a meeting so that we could openly address these concerns. With that said, that brings us now to today, another fellowship opportunity for members to come together, to ask questions about anything, to discuss anything, to be updated on a few things, as well as to even talk about what it is that you might want or look forward to, or even to update us and let us know what's going on. Right now, we did receive word that there are families being evicted. Apparently, this has happened in Washington already. I believe the number is 5 households so far. And the concern was that time had gone by and it seemed as if they had intentionally, even if not intentionally, there was no consideration given to the fact that people are being put out at this time of the year and evicted for what they claim to be back payment of rent not being paid on time or at all. The problem there is with this organization, we have individuals that are constantly giving and giving and giving in the organization. And we have individuals that has given quite a bit to the organization that would amass to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times their rent at minimum, and many, many, many times over the period of time that they've been a part of the organization. So there are things that certainly need to be discussed. Individuals are upended, upset about what we're seeing. And right now, there's not any conversation or even opportunity to meet anyone pertaining to even this issue. It has been stated that more members can look forward to being evicted. So that said, I also brought up the fact that there is a notification for anybody that needs assistance. You can apply for assistance through the website. And my question is, if anybody needs assistance right now, who more than the families and the households that you're threatening to evict because for whatever reason, they have not made or paid their rent, which I have said there should not be any rent in the first place because these properties were built and or purchased based off of the money that was given and raised by the members of the organization. So anyway, it's very intentional that this has happened at this time. We believe that individuals have been told, and individuals are going through what they're going through now, especially at this time when the seasons have changed. To put people out in the cold is a way of further intimidating and initiating fear. My advice to everyone is to continue to watch, continue to stay tuned, try to tell as many people as possible that they need to watch the videos. No matter where they land regarding their belief in the current administration, no matter what they think about what it is that we're doing, they need to watch the videos, even if nothing else, just to stay informed. The administration is not saying anything. They're not doing anything to help anyone. For those who have applied for the assistance that they're saying is available, people have been turned away saying, well, you have to be a faithful member in order to receive the assistance from the assistance programs. He's now preparing to get ready to go to New Haven, Connecticut, New York, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. visits. Individuals have asked, well, why would he be doing all this traveling if the people are getting more and more offended because you're threatening to put them out if they haven't paid rents? But throughout the year, you're telling them to raise thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for what they call G-Class or Love Gift, and to come around to collect more money from the people to tell them thank you for your love. So for those of you who have not been attending, and those of you who have not been on the road, when you look at the attendance of those that are present whenever he's visiting these cities, you're not seeing a crowd, a large crowd of people. You're not seeing a large gathering. There still seems to be a handful of individuals traveling around with him. It seems to be more often than not the intent on trying to make it seem like, sound like, or look like there still is this wave of followers. It looks like they're wanting to try to push the narrative that there is no change, nothing is happening, nothing's going on, it's business as usual, we're going to keep pressing forward. While the members have stopped attending, stopped participating, and stopped contributing, there's now a push by chairmen and pastors that have already been terminated by declaration, who have not yet relinquished that office. I have said as a suggestion to Mr. Cunningham, my suggestion was to cease and desist, and to tell everybody else to cease and desist, to stop doing what you're doing, because you're only making it worse. Now, the problem is when people don't see nothing happening, they don't believe anything is going to happen. So I read a few comments on a couple of the last and most previous videos. He's still there. He's still bishop. Nothing's going to happen. You know, nothing's going to happen. The house of prayer is still going on. And you know, nothing is never going to happen. This is $1 billion organization and you're never going to win. I'm not trying to win anything. And at the same token, this is not about us versus the organization. This is about us doing what we can to save the organization, because the administration and past leaders have done a lot of damage in the name of the organization. So when people hear the name of this organization, they associate this organization to a whole lot of negativity. And for those of you who are not aware, there's a lot of things in black and white when it comes to businesses, when it comes to legislative bodies, and when it comes to governmental bodies, that they're aware of things that the members are not aware of. So that said, in all that we're doing, it is to save the organization so that the organization is not ordered to disassemble. What we've done so far has done a whole lot to turn the scope and the trajectory of where we're headed around. So what we're looking at is now an administration still not relinquishing the offices, but now they're doing everything they can to, again, make it appear as if everything is still the same. The problem there is when this comes forward, all of the members of the organization are going to hear a wealth of information. And at that time, you will be left with the decision to be made as to whether or not you will continue to support Mr. Cunningham and company, or whether or not you will ditch those efforts and fall back to supporting whatever the organization is doing. So the current administration is doing everything they can to take away from the organization, even though they're trying to give the impression that we are doing what we can to harm the organization. So as I've said, and then we'll close this out, whenever there's an opportunity for people to give a false narrative, but they know that people are going to hear them and accept them and believe them, then not only does that hinder what is trying to be done to help those people that don't know they're trying to help them, but more importantly, the individuals that put that information out, they're then going to have to be liable for that as well. So to help Mr. Cunningham and everyone else, it would be best to just stand still and just observe and watch what's coming. It's not going to be long. I cannot give an exact date. I have a timeline in mind, but I do know that soon, and very, very soon, word is going to go out, and you're going to see some things and hear some things that you may not be prepared currently to hear and see. One of those things is that announcements will be made publicly in a more formal method. And that way the word can be spread that much faster. And it will be necessary to do that so that we can begin to initiate the programs that we're going to be setting up for all of the members to be able to take part in to get the assistance that they need and that they're looking for. With that in mind, our hope is that if anyone is getting evicted, that their names, and whoever is familiar with these individuals, that their names are forwarded so that we can reach out and we can do what's necessary to immediately reverse any orders that are currently coming out against the families and the members of the organization. For some families and members who are saying that this is necessary, you need to understand that individuals that are in this situation did not ask for this situation. We just saw a partial government shutdown. Any individual that lost their job, they did not seek to lose their job. Any individual that lost their income, they did not seek to lose their income. Any individual that was no longer in a situation where they could pay the expenses of their current lifestyle and the normal day-to-day expenses from what they've already acquired or purchased, albeit whether it's on credit or leasing, they didn't ask to be put in that predicament. So for anybody in this organization to look at those persons and to say that they deserve it is a problem. For anybody to look at those individuals and say that you don't need anything that you can't pay for, that's a problem. Because again, we're a part of an organization where we have claimed for over 100 years to be a charitable organization, a nonprofit. But the people have not seen anything that we can say of a truth that we've done anything to support the idea of a nonprofit. Excuse me 1 second. So since the people can't say that we've done anything to support the idea of being a nonprofit, we can't really say that we've been one. All of that in mind, the individuals that's being hit with evictions right now, and Mr. Cunningham came forward and said that the organization is behind something like millions of dollars. But I have maintained that I don't believe anything that he says, because we've seen times when it's been proven that he has lied. And if you look at this organization currently, we never ever get anything whatsoever to verify and confirm any information. There's never anything given to where the members can say, I know for a fact this is legitimate, and I know for a fact that this is true. And if there ever is anything given, there's no way that the members can confirm it and verify it. So anybody can write anything down on a piece of paper is my point. The question is the information true? Is it accurate? And the easiest way to share with the members so that we would know what's truly going on is to open up the opportunity to see books. And anytime you have an administration that does not want to show their books in a nonprofit, that is a red flag that there's corruption taking place and going on. So those individual families, you may not be one of them today, but at any given time, anything can happen to change your current financial state, your current financial situation, and then bump your name up on a list of individuals that, for whatever reason, can no longer pay your bills. And this has happened to people who's never had an issue with paying bills. 42 million households were in a situation waiting to see what's going to happen with SNAP. And while this was going on, we saw the recently dismissed bishop of our organization roll up in front of 6 and Elm Street with a brand new Maybach paper plates. And people in DC were livid. People around the organization was angry when they heard about it. But I want you all to understand that even when he came out Thanksgiving, there were no people coming from all over the place to see him. Not only are people upset about what's going on, people are not in support of what's happening in the house of prayer. What you're reading online with a handful of people making comments is not the majority impression or the feel of the membership. That is not an accurate temperature reading of what the people throughout this organization believe. It is not an accurate temperature reading of what the majority of the members throughout this organization stand for nor support. More and more people today, all over the organization, are standing still because they absolutely 100% do not like the things that they've been seeing, especially over this last year. They do not like the outcome after witnessing the government partially shut down and nothing was done for the members. They don't like hearing the news that they've been hearing about other things that they did not know about that's going on, while watching men go around and just collect bags full of money. They did not like it to hear him say, it's time to tighten our belts and not to spend needlessly on things that are not necessary. The problem I have is hearing him say, tighten our belts. And when he says things like we, that is all psychology being used on you, the members, to make it seem as if he is one of the people. But he is not feeling the effects of what's going on with the economy. He's not feeling the effects of what has happened and taking place with individuals that fell behind in their payments. He doesn't have that to worry about. So now, since that time to this time, still nothing has been done to help anyone. But now things are being done to initiate evacuations, not by the sheriff's department, but U.S. Marshals, I'm told, to humiliate members, to embarrass members, and have their things put out on the street. There's one incident where things were done to bring to the attention of those individuals who make these decisions. Something was done to bring to their attention that we're taking care of it. We're handling it. It's going to be handled. And yet it was expedited to quickly hurry up to have them put out and their stuff put out onto the street. Was expedited. People, what I'm saying is, quite frankly, nothing about this organization at all appears to be anything that is helping the people. From the leaders, not the name. The name has never done anything to anyone. The leaders. But what the leaders have done, they've done it in the name of the organization. And this is what everyone needs to understand. So with that in mind, now he's about to make more rounds. Just came from down south. Now he's going up north to collect more money. To not do anything for anybody. To not help anybody. But to simply collect more money. While some individuals have begun asking questions, efforts have been made to retaliate against people asking questions. Things are being done to have people who are asking questions identified and being made to look like a troublemaker. People asking questions are being marked within the organization and being made to appear as if they are the enemy. People within the organization who's asking questions, they're being made to look like they're with the one who's causing us all these problems. That is a clear-cut case of retaliation. That also is against the law. So if there's anybody who feels like you're being separated, you're being pointed out, you're being made to appear as if you're against, if there's anybody going through those types of things, reach out to us and let us know so that we can add your name and your situation to a folder of other people who are clearly being retaliated against by so-called leaders in various positions, even though they've been terminated. We will be handling those issues in those cases. It also seems as if this list of evictions, it seems as if people are being targeted. And there seems to be an effort being made that certain ones, if it looks like you are against anybody in the leadership, it appears that your name is ending up on a list so that they can show you that they're not going to put up with you. It appears that individuals that's ending up on this list happen to be people who have slowed down participating financially in the organization. It appears as if people whose name is ending up on this list are individuals who are no longer paying tithes. People who are no longer working in the G-class program. People who their names are not on the list of individuals whose giving love gift. It is easy to tell and determine who's no longer giving money within the organization, because anytime anyone is given money in the organization, your name goes on a list. The pastors and secretaries pass up a list, and how much you gave, and your name is on this list so that he can see who gave. More importantly, he can see who didn't give. And from all of these lists being passed up, it's beginning to appear that individuals who's no longer giving money, you are now in a line of other individuals that's being targeted. So we remember in May, Memorial Day weekend, and 1 week before Memorial Day weekend in May, in Baltimore, Maryland, he said, there's only one leader in here. There's only one leader. And if you are going to remain a member of the United House of Prayer for All People, then you're going to follow Bishop, he said A.D. Cunningham. And if not, there's the door. 1 week later, Memorial Day weekend, the hand appointed, which is also illegal, General Assembly Secretary. For those of you who don't know, they make it look legal by saying, wait a minute, he wasn't appointed. He was elected. Everybody knows he was elected. No, it looks like he was elected. And that's what they've been doing for years. They've been making things look a certain way by making the people believe. Y'all see that? See, we did it by the book. See, we did that. So they say, well, we're going to elect a General Assembly Secretary. Problem is the people don't elect him. The people did not elect him. The people did not even nominate him. They say all those in favor of, by general counsel only, let it be known by raising your hands. And then they count the general counsel.
What's the point of Pete William being there?
Right. And the other way they get around this is by not putting the number of the vote on anything that the members get a chance to see or use as evidence to file your complaints against fraudulent activity taking place that is manipulating the members of the General Assembly while perpetuating a fraud whenever they put forward a previously selected by appointment man as the General Assembly who's supposed to be elected by a constitutional law. So what we're seeing is a grand effort that has taken place to manipulate the members year in and year out, by doing things right in front of your face that you don't understand. And that's why all of these videos are so important, because the videos will show you how they're doing what they're doing right in front of you while they're denying every single thing that I'm telling you. No, he wasn't appointed. That was by election. No, an election was held, yes, but the General Assembly did not elect. The General Council did. And one more thing, whenever the General Assembly is sitting in session, according to constitutional law, the General Assembly has nothing to do with the General Council. And the General Council has nothing whatsoever to do with the General Assembly. Whenever you read the composition of the General Assembly and you see the ministers and credential bearing elders, what that is telling you is that you now have a collective body of delegates who are elected to represent their congregations. You either have one or two from every congregation, depending on the size, but they are to assemble at the General Assembly along with one other representative from that congregation. And that other representative is supposed to be the minister or pastor. The General Council is made up mostly of ministers and pastors around the organization. Now, whenever they sit inside the General Assembly, they're supposed to be there as a representative of their congregation in the collective body of the General Assembly delegates. There's nothing whatsoever inside the Constitution or any other facet of the law within the organization that says that the General Council is to set up in the General Assembly. So each year, whenever they're nominating the General Assembly secretary or their assistant, and they say General Council only, please understand you've just been duped, hoodwinked, bamboozled, defrauded, manipulated, and deceived successfully one more time. And they've been doing this year after year after year and getting away with it. Okay, thank you. For those of you who'd like to speak instead of typing, you can go to the Zoom link and you can talk so everybody can hear you. With that said, all of the members of the organization has had the opportunity to purchase and buy the Constitution, the Are You Aware, the Supreme Laws, and the Auxiliary Bylaws. Those 4 manuals, 4 books. Hello, how are you, sir? Everybody's had the opportunity to purchase all of these books. Problem: the Constitution has always been the only book that governs the United House of Prayer and every member of it. Now, however, for those of you who purchased the 2024, the 2023 version of the Constitution, you'll see written in the cover that the Are You Aware, the Supreme Laws, and the Auxiliary Bylaws have now been added to the Constitution. What that means is the current and previous bishops were able to write any law they want, any policy they want, any procedure they want, any provision they want has been written up. And now it's been added to the Constitution. And now anything they wanted to put in writing for the organization to follow it, now it's a part of the Constitution. And the members are not aware of the fact that, once again, the General Assembly was hijacked, as the General Assembly Secretary, currently Mr. Jimmy Jones, pushed illegal proposals onto the floor of the General Assembly to be elected, to be voted on, rather, by the delegates of the General Assembly. So what you will see inside the Constitution is a count of how many of the delegates voted to change a proposal or the Constitution and accept the proposal to amend the Constitution. You'll see a vote count in the constitutions, but you never see a vote count ever. This is slick. You will never see a vote count for how many people voted to make the General Assembly Secretary the General Assembly Secretary. And you never see that vote because every year they do it illegally. The council's putting them in there, and the council's told who to put there by the bishop. And the bishop might be told by somebody sitting behind him with the last name of Madison. And this is how they get things over and across to the members. Well, I'm only sharing this with you now so that you can confirm and verify for yourselves, because we don't need to do anything else at all to try to get any information out to the people. I'm only, for the sake of this fellowship, allowing you to understand what's going on and what's been going on and how they're doing it right in front of your face. So Mr. Jimmy Jones, in front of everybody, was illegally put in a position, and the general counsel has been illegally orchestrating things within the organization by controlling the General Assembly. And the pastors who make up the General Council know for a fact that they've been hijacking the organization by taking control of the General Assembly, by assembling as a General Council and taking part of the General Assembly to tell all the delegates, y'all don't have no part in this. This is for General Council only. That is illegal. And any actions that's been set forth by the General Council shows collusion with the man in the seat who's been manipulating, deceiving, and defrauding every single member of the entire organization for the last heaven knows how many decades. So when they say, well, we've been here for over 100 years, it's not because they're doing everything right. It's because they're paying a lot of people to turn their head. So they have not been able to stop what we're doing because we're not letting them know who you can go and pay. The question is lifelong. So what is the national evangelist's job in the house of prayer? The national evangelist's job is to just go around the entire organization and hopefully evangelize and help the people once again come into agreement with the scripture, but to also teach them how to be endowed under the Spirit while walking in agreement of the word and the gospel. Their job is not to go around and raise money in the organization. The evangelist's job is not to go around and boost money for the bishops of the organization. But if you pay attention, the evangelists have been put into a position to where now their job is to travel to raise money in the organization. Now their job is to go around to boost money for the bishop and the organization, which is why now whenever you see an evangelist coming to have a revival, the first thing that happens is what? Through that service, they're going to be raising money. And the evangelist puts on a program to raise even more money.
Yeah, some of you have a theme.
Some selling tickets, some wives selling tickets, bringing stuff in to sell to the members of the organization.
Playing secular music during the service.
While you're an evangelist, playing theme songs to go along with your program, your financial program. And when you're done, you're going to talk a lot about money, why money is important in the scripture. That's not the job of an evangelist. So The problem here is, again, the leaders and the men who you've trusted and called ministers and pastors and a lot of the so-called apostles, they've taken your trust and abused it. They've taken their leadership and misused it. And the law of the land calls that abuse of powers. So y'all are getting ready to see this stuff. And just because you haven't seen it yet does not mean it's not happening. How many times have you ever seen the FBI or any of the agencies, no matter what agency it is, how many times you see them come and let you know what they're planning? No, they're not going to do that.
It's called blowing the cover.
And we're doing everything that we can to make sure that that doesn't happen. Believe it or not, we've done a fine job, I think. So then your question may be, well, wait a minute, hold up. What do you mean y'all doing everything you can to see to it that that doesn't happen? We don't need that to happen. If it happens, good. We don't need that to happen. We're not seeking for that to happen. We're not looking for that to happen. And if you pay attention to the videos, then you will understand the bigger picture. And so many of you don't understand the bigger picture because many are not paying attention to the videos. And I don't mean the ones of you who are. I mean the ones who still there that is not watching. He said, and I'm with him all the way. Okay. But when this all comes to a close, you are going to be so far behind, you're going to have to catch up. And I'm telling you now, it's best to let go because we have nothing but facts. We have nothing but proof. We have nothing but evidence. And keep in mind, they will not show you any facts, no proof, and no evidence. Madonna. Hey. Love seeing you on. Many of the people that you're talking about have contributed financially to the club, right? The leadership and the organization. Now they need financial support and can't get it. Shameful. Nail on the head accurate. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Every single year, Mr. Cunningham just went to Washington, D.C. once again to have an announcement weekend to honor the people that have given tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars to the organization. And for people who did not give tens or hundreds of thousands, they still gave thousands. Many of them still gave hundreds. And that's just G class, not to mention the other tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars or thousands of dollars and hundreds of dollars that they've given in his love gift. And even if their name is not on love gift, they still got up to march around the walls every time he came to service to dump money on the table. And they call this your compensation. Even if they didn't do that, they still gave money in state assessments. Every house got to raise state assessments. They still gave money in the scholarship, Scholastic Achievement Awards program. They still gave money in the scholarship awards. They still gave money in pastor's offering. They still gave money in house offering. They still gave money in Sunday school offering. They still gave money in fast sacrifice offering. They still gave money in back the attack offering. They still gave money to the chairman's travel, to the parsonage fund. They still gave money to pay for the bishop whenever he comes to the city to pay for his hotel room. They still pay money for the pastor's travel. There's so many ways that the members of the organization got to pay money that many times people don't have any more left over. And now's the time that we see past leaders who have lied. The time is going to come where we got to take care of you. Well, we've seen that time, and the people saw that nobody took care of them. Nobody. And here he comes again. Give me more. He's getting ready to come around again. Give me more. Right now, he sent pastors out to tell the people, I need 10,000 people, give $500. I need you to give me $10,000. and 500 other people because we don't have 10,000 people. Brother Perry made that clear when he made his comments. We have a lot of people that they're trying to deceive you all the time. Now, mind you, just like she said, all these people giving all this money, all this money, all this money. Mr. Chairman's coming around to get more money. Again, how in the world did H Street Mission end up second top paying house in the organization? How is it that Mr. Commodore got several people on the top 10? How is it that his son is going around traveling, doing what he's doing, giving money away to people? Where's all this money coming from? You have to open your eyes and understand that this is a scam. You're being scammed. You're being robbed left and right openly by the people at the top. And if you don't believe that, then ask yourself a question. What have they done for you? What has any of them done for you? Ask yourself this question. What have you done for the bishop? I said just the other day, there was a $50,000 chandelier purchased just to hang from a ceiling in one of the parsonages. $50,000 just for a chandelier to hang and look pretty for anybody who walks inside those doors. How many members could have benefited from the purchase of that one chandelier? That chandelier ended up not being installed in that parsonage. That same chandelier ended up in a crate, and that crate was sitting in one of our warehouses that was not maintained properly. And birds got inside, I think raccoons got inside, and other pests and rodents got inside. And the warehouse was so damaged with millions of dollars worth of items and products that have been purchased by the organization that was never used, damaged. So damaged that they had to discard a lot of it. One of the things that was sitting in that warehouse was that same chandelier. Pieces of the crate, wood rot. It was never even installed. For those of you who go to look at the House of Prayer Museum, you all know where it is. I'm not going to say where it is. You will see pictures. We have pictures, I'm going to say it that way, of a bedroom suit that was owned by John D. Rockefeller. That bedroom suit is 24 karat solid gold. And it was purchased for what reason? To be enjoyed by whom? By the members of the organization? Or by one person in the organization? If you can spend $50,000 for a chandelier that's not going to be used, that people are only going to look at, what type of mindset does it take to ignore the needs of the people who's given all this money in the first place, and you're telling them thank you for your love, but you're not showing them any love in return? Where's the love? Please tell me, show me, where is the love that has been demonstrated to the members of the house of prayer by its leaders. Where's the love? You can't say, well, they build apartments, because the apartments are not maintained and people getting sick as a result of living in them. This has been proven by medical records. And this too is coming up. Cases are being built to pursue remedy for people getting sick because they were residing in property owned by this organization that the leaders did not maintain. But when you look at the parsonage where they reside, a few days out of the year, pristine. Now, a lot of our members don't like these things. You don't like to hear it. I didn't like to hear it neither. But facts are facts. Truth is truth. Nobody likes knowing that they're being taken advantage of. I didn't like hearing that I'm being taken advantage of. These are men that I defended and I loved. But facts are facts and truth is truth. And we have a book that's even titled Truth and Facts, that's full of lies and more lies. It's just all deceptive. Lifelong says, I know we don't officiate with other organizations, but I thought the evangelist's job was to go to outer organizations. Right. We thought a lot of things, but no, you can't name one evangelist in this organization that affiliates with other organizations. And you know why you can't? Because no organization wants to affiliate with the United House of Prayer for All People. We don't have one organization that will welcome any of the ministers or elders of the House of Prayer into their organization to talk to their members. You will never have any other organization invite a minister from the United House of Prayer for All People to come and speak there. They won't even invite the bishop to speak to their congregation. I'm sorry, what was that? Somebody said something?
I just said you are absolutely right.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume up. I'm sorry, the volume's down. Can you say that one more time?
I said you are absolutely right, because outside ministries know that the doctrine is skewed at best. I'm just being mild with my words.
Yeah. And when you tell people outside our organization that you're a part of the organization, they will immediately call for people to bring you into prayer.
Yep.
Yep.
They'll say you crazy. Yeah. Yep. I just had that happen just last week when I said, you didn't know that I'm a member. I said, I've been a member for life. And they literally, the young lady and her husband, they looked at me like I was crazy. Like, oh, you can't see my face.
Yeah, you're good.
You know, they were frozen like that. You know, like it was crazy. You know, but yeah.
And see, we hear it all the time. We see it all the time. But we have many members that don't. Many members have no clue what's going on in here because it's kept from you. Y'all don't know the House of Prayer has been to court, I don't know how many times. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The House of Prayer organization, the leaders have lost a lot of cases in court. Courts don't even like to see the House of Prayer come in their doors because they know that the leaders have been robbing people left and right. They know this. And so when our people stand up to defend their actions, it is a huge problem because you can't defend the actions of men that the court, that businesses, that other organizations know for a fact that they are robbing you and lying to you while stealing from you and looking you dead in your eyes. So look, 1 second. Okay. The National Evangelist does not go to other organizations at all. If they do, they go as a visitor and they better not tell them where they're from. As soon as they tell them where they're from, they're going to sit in the back or take them down, or they won't allow them to speak. I was told, I'm gonna tell you a story about one young. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want to embarrass him. But if he hear it, he know who I'm talking about. And the whole organization will probably know who I'm talking about. But they went out to speak. And while they were talking in front of another organization, this is a while back. While they were talking, they said something that sounded like Seed of Saya, Daddy. And the people said, and the pastor said, and eyebrows is raised. And they hurried up to get him to come to a close so they can pull him back in that seat. And then they apologized to the congregation. Now, why am I saying all of this? Because we are cleaning the organization up. And for us to clean it up, we need you to stop defending wrongdoing. We need the people to wake up and understand, listen, right or wrong, no matter whether you agree or not, what's done has been done. And we're now moving forward. From all of this stuff in the past, we're moving forward. And so the sun is shining bright and clear. And while the sun is shining, we are doing what's necessary to line people up. If you've been hurt, if you've been offended, if you've been lied to, if you've been jacked up by the leaders, give us your name so that we can put your name in a file. We're going to be dealing with rectification of all of these claims and cases. That's what we're doing. And for all of those individuals who are saying that they done lost their minds, okay, keep watching. Keep watching, keep paying attention so that when all this happens, you remember what you said. Now, unlike them, we're not going to be turning people away from help and assistance. We're going to be welcoming everybody who needs help and assistance. It's not going to be a lengthy process. You need help, come and get the help. When you go outside, the Catholic community, they don't make you file applications for stuff.
They just give you.
They give you. You heard a phone call. That Islamic temple, that mosque, they didn't tell the woman, well, come down here, file an application. We're going to do a background check, and we're going to check out your Social Security, and we're going to look at what they have to say on your credit report. And if everything is approved, we're going to run it through our council, and then they got to approve it too. So once they approve it, then we'll come back to you and we'll have a meeting and we'll go from there. And maybe we can go ahead and see about getting you that can of baby formula that you're looking for.
Because Islams believe in hospitality.
Because Islam
They
believes
do.
in hospitality. Muslim.
Mhm.
And there's people around the world that you don't understand, whether they're Buddhist, whether they're Muslim, whether they're Catholic,
Witches.
whether they're Mormons, witches,
Mhm.
atheists.
They're giving.
A lot of people will give to
Yeah.
help. They're not going to put you through rigmarole.
They might be cursing your stuff, but they don't give it to you.
So, right? So we're looking at a situation where we're going to clean house and we're going to line everybody up who needs help so that we can help them. And we're going to help you get out of the line. Get out the line, get out the line, because we've dealt with your issue. There's no longer a need for you to be waiting in line. Your case has been resolved. Your case has been dealt with. There has been a resolution, and now you're no longer in need. We need you to get out of line so we can get to the next people in line. Everybody in line. Okay, we're going to deal with you next. Everybody happy. Everybody happy. Everybody happy. They done lost their minds. Ain't none of that going to happen. Ain't nothing happening in the house of prayer. They've been here over 100 years. Them people ain't going to do nothing. Why would you not support what we're trying to do? Even if you don't believe it, why would you not support it? Why would you not want it to happen? Despite whether or not you agree or support it, it's coming, it's happening. It's as we speak, things are being done already. So this is fellowship night. We don't have an agenda. It's not a meeting. It's just me giving you all information. And right now, he's getting ready to travel again in one of the Maybachs that he bought so people can talk about the 32-inch rims, right? He wants you to talk about the rims. He wants you to talk about the embroidering on the suits. He has little tsunami wave cufflinks. What in the world? What does this have to do with soul salvation? People, if y'all don't understand that we've been taking a loop for me too, for over 40 years, I was deceived. I was the biggest cheerleader. Not only was I throwing cheerleaders up and catching them and holding my hand, I'm picking up pom-poms. Sis, boom, ba. I'm telling everybody about these men because everybody ought to know, and I really believed it. I'm not even paying attention to the other ministers who ain't telling nobody because no, they don't need to know what we doing. And if you go out there telling people what we doing, ain't nobody gonna believe you, ain't nobody gonna follow you, they're gonna think that you're crazy. And guess what? We are crazy because none of this is by the scripture. I thought that I could take the scripture, open it up, and show you in the scripture all this stuff, which I did, only to be shown by his grace and his mercy in the hospital for 2 days, just like Paul, that the things that I'm teaching are false doctrine because that's not the word. With that in mind, we've had a lot of here's another comment. I thought the evangelist did a ship outside. I was told, Blanche says, there was the auctioning off of stuff in Addie Grace's house this weekend. Whoa, I didn't know this. In his house in Newport News this weekend, people were told to come out and take part. You didn't know that either? Yeah, I didn't know that. I do know that that's something that they do. So I can't confirm it, but this is something that they do in the house of prayer. When they're done with a property, or if they're done with things that they want to get rid of, what they do to make money is they'll let the members know that this belonged to such and such and such and such, and you can come out and we're going to auction it. And whoever has top dollar, they can take it. Well, if it's blessed, why would you sell it? And if you're going to sell it, why would you sell it to the top bidder? Why would you give it to the one who got top dollars? Mr. Cunningham talked about Paul, handkerchiefs coming from him, aprons. But what they didn't do is sell it. Paul didn't make a dime off a cloth coming from him. He didn't set up shop and a table. I got 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. Who'll give me 45? Who'll give me 45? Who'll give me 45? I got 45. 45 over here. 45, 45. Got 50. Next 55, 50. He didn't do that. The things that these men did, they did out of concern and care for the people's souls. The things that's going on here, we're doing it out of care and concerns for people's money. And once they're done seeing you contribute money, your name's going to go on the list to get evicted. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. To bring all of this stuff to an end. And if this is true with Newport News, which it does absolutely sound like what we do, this would be Mr. Lattisaw who's over this, if not Mr. Barksdale. Then they would be overseeing this auction, and the purpose is for people to come and buy. If I were you, I would stay away from it. If it was owned by Mr. Grace, you don't want none of that stuff in your possession. Listen, I'm going to read this. I read this in the meeting, in the board meeting. I read this. I'm going to read it to you all. Here, this is somebody who commented on Mr. Jennings' channel, Mr. Geno Jennings. Somebody commented on his channel. And what they said, this was from Loretta Rutledge. They said, I weep for my mom and her sisters. My mom and her sisters. She confided in me when I was a young teenager that she and her sisters were altar girls at a house of prayer for all people. Now, of course, this is how you know when people telling the truth, because sometimes there's mistakes that they make. We don't have altar girls, we have maids. But she doesn't know that. All she knows is what she was told, and she's trying to remember. She can't remember maids. So she's saying what it is that she believed that they are. They're girls that would be up the front. Well, I know altar boys, so I'm going to call them altar girls. Altar girls. She and her sisters were altar girls at the house of prayer for all people. They were repeatedly molested by Sweet Addie Grace. I was just too young to really understand what she had shared with me. When I was old enough to finally research this man, I cried so hard for my mom and aunts for what they had lost. I never got the chance to talk to her about it because she died suddenly the next day. Every time I hear the name Sweet Addie Grace, I grieve for everyone who he infected. Now, do you see the term that she used? Infected. I'm not going to go too far into detail, but there is evidence to support this claim. Not from this person, but from others who also talk about infections. Said, I grieve for everyone who he infected. Can't stop crying. Now, somebody might say, well, maybe she didn't mean it in that context. And that's true. We don't know because we're not able to talk to her. But I do know in a certain context how that word was used by others that I spoke to. And there's documentation to verify and confirm. When you are doing things with a whole bunch of people all over the place all the time and covering it up, and these things are facts, you can't dispute it. There's children everywhere with evidence whose child they are.
I just sent that.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody just sent. Now, I'm not going to tell y'all who. See, I don't have to make stuff up. But somebody, let me see. Okay. I'm going to pull this up so you don't see the name. No, I don't want to take that chance. Can you screenshot that and then clip the name off?
Yeah, sure.
Somebody just texted and said what he died from was an infection.
I've heard that before too.
And this has been confirmed by several others and people who know certain things. This is why things are covered up all the time within our organization by the people in charge. They cover so many things. If everything is legitimate, why is it all transparent? Why is there no transparency? Why is there no information ever given? Why is it that Mr. Cunningham does not talk to nobody? Why is it that none of the members can ever have a meeting with him? Why doesn't he meet with anybody? This is what was just sent. Okay. Okay. This is what was just sent.
It's visible.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
And thank you for sharing that. So when we understand this type of issue, then you can also understand why there's people that want nothing whatsoever to do with this organization or the leaders in it. There's people, again, who's lined up waiting right now, and they know that this is over. They know it's over. Mr. Cunningham knows this is over. The council knows that this is over. They know it. When they travel, they see what y'all don't see. For all of you who are sitting at home saying, I don't want nothing to do with that, I ain't traveling, wasting my money no more. Especially the guards. The guards are the last group of, no, they're not the last ones. The guards, the bands, and the choirs. Those are the last three groups that they're hoping, they're banking everything on, just to hold on to those three groups. The guards, the bands, and the choirs. We just need y'all. The guards, make sure y'all with me. The bands, make sure y'all wailing. The choirs, make sure you're singing. And if you pay attention to it, the choirs make up the congregations when he's traveling. That's a part of the gimmick to get you to travel so that y'all occupy the pews. The ones who are there, the ones who want to sing on program. They're only there to perform. They're not there because we're here. And then the band's in between. And then after that comes the Love March. And who's the ones giving money in the Love March? The bands, the choirs, and whatever stragglers happen to be there in the local congregations. So the ones paying the most price are the bands and the choirs. They're paying more money than anybody. The band's got to pay for instruments, and then you got to pay for uniforms. And then they have to pay for transportation whenever they travel all over the place. They go to LA, Los Angeles, to play there for a whole week. They're traveling all over out of their own pocket. The choirs traveling all over out of their own pocket. What group of musicians do y'all know anywhere in the world that pays money out of their pocket so that they can go around and entertain people? Please help me understand this. Bands don't travel to pay money out of their pocket to entertain people. You don't have musicians having concerts around the world and they're paying civic centers and dance halls. They don't go paying people so that they can come and perform and put on a concert. They don't pay people they put on concerts to make money. We're the only group of people where our musicians are paying to travel so that they can entertain people. And the one who's making them do it, asking them to do it, requesting them to do it, is the leader. And then when they get there, they got to pay more money out of their pocket than him. And he's going to get up and say, thank you for your love. Entire convocation seasons, you might have the same 2 or 3 bands all over the organization. Do y'all know how much money they spent? I understand they got blazers and jackets this year, top band. Sometimes they get a floor mat, top band. Sometimes they get a towel, top band. Y'all know those are the most expensive floor mats, towels, and jackets in the world, coming out of the United House of Prayer for All People. In other words, the bands just paid approximately One band actually, I think one band had raised over $200,000 that year. There might have been 40 members. 40 members. How much did that jacket cost? Or a towel that has Top Band on it? Our choirs raising hundreds of thousands, the top choir in the organization, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then paying for their own hotels, same thing with the bands, paying for their own transportation. Even to ride on a House of Prayer bus, they got to pay for a seat. The House of Prayer not even providing a seat on a bus to carry you from city to city while you're paying all this money. You got to pay for a seat too. And then while on the bus, you're paying more money in a love gift that you're raising to give to him to say, thank you for letting us come here. Members, non-members, I'm telling you, we've been duped. With that in mind, this is why they have an auction to take more of your money, to give you the impression that this stuff is blessed. It was owned by that man. And y'all see what this man is doing or has done. That stuff is not blessed. These items that's got these people's pictures on it is not blessed. The scripture calls those cursed objects. And some people making phone calls, calling me now, seeing shadows going through their homes, seeing things out the corner of their eye. And they're going over the videos and they tell me when they go around and gather the stuff out of their homes and they take pictures down and certificates and necklaces and all this stuff, even these watches that people got. One woman got a watch last year for raising so much money, but got the watch. This is an award, G-class award, with this picture in it. But the hands fell out less than 2 weeks later. This little $1.18 watch made in... Listen, people, this stuff is not blessed. Only to be told, if you wear your G-class necklace, it'll give you more protection from harm that's coming. That's called idolatry.
And what's that scripture you just read in Revelation?
Yes.
Revelation 21.
Yeah, I knew what you...
Mm-hmm.
It is idolatry. And I can connect the dots. We've done it already in the videos. And people have said when they took this stuff out, they put it in a bag. Some people sat it outside. And they said they were convicted to go and take it and throw it in the trash.
That's exactly what happened.
And many people have said after they got rid of it, they felt a peace come over their home. Many people said when they stopped paying tithes that's going into that man's pocket, they're able to now do things in their household that they couldn't do before. They're no longer living under a struggle, a financial struggle, by thinking that me paying my tithes to that man in this place is going to allow the windows to open up from heaven and pour and pour and pour. So why is it that paying all those tithes for all these years and all of our members are still cursed or dealing with sickness or condition? You see, the ministers are sick. So-called apostles are sick. And why is it that these sick men with all these conditions and medical issues will not be released from pastoring? We got pastors right now that can hardly walk, can hardly talk, have to be escorted and pushed around. They can't do anything for themselves, let alone to still sit in the seat as a pastor. You know why? Because they're in on the game. They know what's going on. And Mr. Cunningham and gang and company, they don't have anybody else to put in there who that they can use that way because they don't understand how the game works. This is why you have a lot of men who's done a whole lot of questionable things that the people all around the organization know about. But they're right there sitting over top of the congregations, as if this right here is your example of holiness and sanctification. This right here is, this man is a living example of how you are to walk before our Heavenly Father. This is why the Messiah said, many of you that say unto me, Lord, Lord. He said, you're going to say, I've done this in your name. 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 He said, I'm going to tell you, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. They didn't know what you was doing, but I saw. It's written in your book. And we have a lot of people doing all kinds of things behind closed doors. Some people so bold to do it in front of your face. Some people doing things with the members, and the people sitting up there watching them up in the front lie through the skin of their teeth and still go along with the program.
And some of them that are not the pastor, but have people under them, know the people are doing things.
Yes.
They will not say anything to them because they are paying.
The love of money is the root of all evil. And therefore, now, mind you, let me say, this is not just this organization. This is going on all over the place. You see videos online, one pastor also leading false doctrine and indoctrinated people who believe in this man, healing somebody, bringing them back from the dead. Person coming up out the
Fake.
All of this is an act. Another person call himself floating amongst the people. And you see a cable wire attached to the back of their clothes.
No fear.
Other people sitting there talking about COVID. I breathe the breath of the Almighty. This kind of stuff. Even here in the house of prayer, the former leader said, I've already taken care of that. I've already taken care of that. And after that, many of our members died.
Yep.
Listen, we were sent the truth. We can either accept the truth or we can deny the truth. But at the end of the day, the truth will make you free. But in order to be free, we have to receive it. With that in mind, these auctions for property from past leaders, you don't want that stuff. We got pictures right now from one of the homes. You got demonic stuff all through the house that was purchased, built, and things custom made by the leader.
Yep.
Nothing but demonic. Faces looking like demons of things on the wall. I've showed it in one of the videos. On the wall, on the fireplace, looking like demons. Tongues sticking out. We know what this means. There's scripture on this.
Yep.
And why would the leaders spend so much money for their own lavished luxuries for them to live every day while the members are suffering? And you're going to put somebody out? Which video? I have to go back. Well, I can't really. One thing I did not do with the videos is I did not give a detailed description. Our intent was just to put the information out, put it out. And I didn't make a detailed description. So we have individuals who know us in the videos. If you want to create detailed descriptions, then email us, let us know this is in this video, this is in that video. That will help us out tremendously because we don't have time. This is a lot of stuff that we're doing. And we're looking at unraveling an entire organization of this capacity and then rebuilding it together. And now we have a board of directors, so we can do things a whole lot more easier with a concerted effort of people. But yeah, we didn't know because we were indoctrinated. And later on, when it was moved on my wife to look closely, what in the world? That's when things begin to hit. I say that to say this. Same thing with right now, people traveling to go Washington, D.C. to visit the lights there at Portal Drive. If I were you all, I wouldn't take one trip, not one trip to that place. If you knew what I know, the spiritual activity around that place, the things that's in the, let me put it like this. If you look at the top of the crown and the front of the roof, there's a star with lights that string down to come to the bushes. That star at the top. Now, all this stuff, you know, give them applause, a round of applause. The guards, the royal guards, do the decorations every year. They do a magnificent, a beautiful, 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 beautiful job. Outstanding. But they don't understand the spiritual ramifications behind what they're doing. So they don't know. Just like other people putting up decorations, they don't realize what's going on. However, if you look at the top, there's a star. Inside the star in the front of Portal Drive, at the top and the front of the roof, that star has a picture of the current leader inside the star. Now, that means something. The scripture will tell you about a star. And I won't go any further. If y'all remind me, I'll come back to that later. But there's a star, and there's a star that fell. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And whenever you're dealing with people who's not exalting the Most High and not exalting the Most High Son, the Messiah, who's only exalting their self, well, that'll tell you who they're emulating. And if they're emulating someone who did not want to exalt the Father, who wanted himself to be exalted, then that should tell you what's truly going on with this place, this geographical location. And if the place is not aligned with what the will of our Father is, then there are spiritual forces and activity at that place. Now, for those of you who think that I'm only saying this because I got a problem with listen, I don't. I'm saying this to try to help you all. Just like I talk about the child labor in our organization, the girls and the boys laboring. This is going to come up later. This is going to come up, as well as all the other things with the children. So I've been telling parents to stop. For those of you who know secretaries in the organization, you want to tell the secretaries to step down, step out of those positions. Any position where you're handling money and records in this organization, stop now, get out.
While you have time.
Trying to tell you. All I can do is tell you, can't get mad. Tell them to get out. Care nothing about what they think about you. Because when the stuff comes down the pipe and it's all over and people are being taken, you've been warned already. You don't have to believe it, but you've been warned. So, woo.
Some of them innocent little ladies. I do not want them going down with the ship.
My wife just said some of those innocent little ladies we do not want going down with the ship.
Oof.
But a lot of people are not aware of what's truly going on. They're being used by people who know what they're doing. Mr. Cunningham knows what he's doing. He knows he's using the people. He knows he's lying. He knows he's deceiving them. He knows this for a fact. And why would we follow somebody who's saying that they're representing everything that heaven has to offer while they're taking a suit and having it auctioned off in a building that they say belongs to the Most High, in a service that they say is a service of the Most High, in a service where they say the people are coming to honor and worship and glorify the Most High. But a part of that service is to auction off your clothing to the highest bidder. Now, the word tells me that the Messiah turned over tables of money changers and whipped people out of the courtyards of the temple that were buying and selling. Told them, you've made my father's house a house of merchandise. What are we doing when you're in here buying and selling products that you call blessed? Buying and selling calendars, buying and selling pictures of you and your spouse or you alone, buying and selling ribbons, buying and selling law books, buying and selling the history of the house of prayer, buying and selling a book full of epistles written by the men who say that they're giving the word of the Creator. So you're making merchandise of even the word. There was a time when there was even a Bible that was made and assembled where the history of the leaders was put together and assembled in the front of the Bible. And then that Bible went up for sale. I think it was $40. And all of these trinkets that has his picture or his name. Even this year, individuals got a set of Beat headphones. And embedded on the Beats was a picture of Mr. Cunningham in the yellow hat and the yellow clothes that he wore in Miami, Florida. People. This is how they use funds to avoid paying taxes from holding too much money in the accounts. Funds that could have been used to help members instead of themselves. Yes, we have a lot of money being held in the accounts. And from time to time, there's an order that goes out to spend. And so this is what you all heard when Mr. Madison said that he was told to spend some of this money. And that's why he went around rebuilding and renovating the houses throughout the organization. That was an order. And even then, nothing was done for the people.
Just to
Yes.
add, I know I keep mentioning it.
No,
I'm
you're
not
good.
gonna
You're
give any
good.
details on what that video is, but it's got like 1.4 million views, and that's what actually stopped the blogger. That's what actually made him stop and talk to her. It was like his icebreaker. What's that charm you got on your chain there? Where'd you get that from? And she said, the United House of Prayer.
Where's,
You know.
oh, that's what you just posted?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So are you going to take that from here and post on there?
I can.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maria's about to post a link that someone just posted. Jamal posted on Zoom, so that you all can pull a link up later to see a video of an interview where somebody's asking someone, what is that they're wearing on their necklace? And said that the necklace is what caused the individual to stop and talk with her, right? And we know all the time that we've been told to wear the necklace or to wear the badge because that identifies you as House of Prayer, whatever. If you can't make it, we've been told to watch the DVDs. Stay home and be blessed, we've been told. Stay home
Well,
and be blessed, right?
this individual asked her, he says, so you have, basically, just to put it in a nutshell, so you're familiar with prayer or you have a prayer life? And she said, he said, you know how to pray? And she said, yeah, I know how to pray. He said, okay, well then pray for me right now then. And she uttered not one word until she said amen.
She uttered not one word?
Not one word until she said amen. He said, well, amen. I didn't hear it, but I felt it.
Oh, wow. She said a silent prayer.
So like a silent prayer.
Well, I don't even know if it was a silent prayer because her eyes was open and she was looking around the room like a deer in the headlights.
Wow.
Slick.
Oh man.
But this is our people learn from some of the best. And
yeah,
unfortunately, this is where we are. And we don't like to hear it. I didn't like to hear it. This it hit me like a ton of bricks.
It's very sad, to be honest. Because it's, it would have been a great opportunity to shine had, people actually being taught. But being that that's not the case, they can't even. You could have simply recited the Lord's Prayer.
Right.
That prayer is valid for anyone, for any time. But are we really being taught how to pray at the house of prayer? You know what I mean?
Right.
Exactly.
I can attest to that.
That was the. I mean, it's just very telling within yourself. Very telling.
Especially, I would say, especially the women, because it's rare that women in the house of prayer get a chance to pray. So when a woman is, because it happened to me, I got caught off guard one time when there was only like 4 of us there at service, and somebody asked me to pray, and I was very comfortable praying at home, prayed all the time at home, but to pray in front of people, I really started getting nervous and stuttering and couldn't do it because I wasn't used to praying in front of people. And so, but now, hey, I'll pray anywhere, anytime now. It's not like that anymore.
Because there's nothing taught at all in the organization called the United House of Prayer for All People. Right. And so the people are left with total dependency on whoever the leader is. And that's why the pastors were doing what they were doing. With that in mind, let's look at a little further at what else is being said here. Madonna says the doctrine is false, and absolutely 100% it is. Wolf in sheep's clothing, and yes, they are. Yes, they are. The word says that a tree is known by the fruit that it bears. Wolves in sheep's clothing mean that there's somebody amongst the sheep that is trying to pass themselves off as a sheep, but at the same token, they're taking advantage of the sheep and destroying the sheep and devouring the sheep. And that's exactly what's taking place all over the organization. So the wolves are having their way while the so-called shepherds are sitting back watching the wolves just go through the congregations. In other words, how many times have y'all seen a pastor prevent somebody who's doing wrong, living wrong, speaking wrong, addressing the people wrong, and they call them out on it to prevent any of those things from happening? And then exalt, lift up, or do anything in order to defend the people who are living right, doing right, walking right. I'm going to tell you all something I haven't told you for the first time. I don't think I've said this. The general counsel questioned me once and defended two people that I had fined $2. The general counsel got on me once as a pastor and defended two people that I'd fined $2 because these two people were a problem for everybody in the congregation that I didn't know about. The members began to come to me, and after several months, I had to realize that every single member of the congregation was having a problem out of these two people. And when I fined them, it was for one meeting in cabinet. And apparently their fine was so intrusive for them that they made a complaint to the chairperson. But the chairperson had sent one of them there to do everything they could to destroy the congregation. And in the video, I give names. But the council defended the actions of these individuals and did not one single thing to defend all of the members who was doing nothing wrong and everything right. When you have individuals like that sitting at the top, those are, and yes, I'm talking about the council, the general counsel, who's been terminated already. These are wolves in sheep's clothing. Every single one, every single pastor who sat back and done nothing to assist or protect the members of the congregations who have supported and defended and allowed everything that's going on by the administration. These are wolves who's doing nothing for the members. Lifelong says, Ghost said left and right. Yes. Problem. Lifelong says, before First Lady Bailey passed, I wonder why she didn't take the chair of Lady Madison instead of being put with the top 10 on the side of the mountain, like it's not time for her to give up that seat. She was put to the side because Miss Madison sits up top because she's the one running the organization. She tells the one sitting in the chair what to do. They serve her because they know that she's the one that picked them and paid the council to nominate and elect them. So yes, they got paid. These are absolute facts that many people around the organization right now can tell you. These are facts. And if anybody want to buck against it, then I can pull out facts and I can start showing you some stuff. But I don't do all that because the members, family members of these individuals don't know this stuff is going on. That's why I said about Mr. Sudler. None of the members of Dallas knew that that man was involved in the council setting me up and lying to Mr. Bailey. He was involved in all of this. People didn't know Mr. Cunningham was involved in all of this and lying to Mr. Bailey to set me up. So my point is that when I talk about it, I didn't want to talk about Mr. Sudler because of the relationship that I had with his wife, St. Patricia. And I call her that because that's exactly what she is. She's always been saintly. The life that she's led that I've ever known, I don't know of her to do anything that walks outside or contrary to the word. And today I'm still seeing things that she prophesied about me down through the years. Since I was 12 years old, the first time she prophesied about me. And time again, she gave more prophecies about me. There's nothing in the world that would have alerted this woman to know things that I'm going to be doing later on, years from that time. Another one I haven't spoken of about her, but I will tonight. Monica Ennals. There's many things that she said in prophecy about me. There's no way in the world that she could have known. Same thing with my mother. No way in the world. But these are real gifts. I have a cousin who prophesied things. These are real gifts. And I didn't want to talk about Mr. Sudler because of the relationship that I had with St. Patricia, who absolutely never even knew about the stuff that I'm aware of, the stuff that her husband was doing behind her back and in the organization. And the members of Dallas don't know that. They don't know neither. He knows. He broke down in tears in front of me in his office. I was wondering, what is this about? But he knew what he was doing the whole time. And that's why I now understand that he broke down in tears then. There's so much more I can say about so many things. But the point is that First Lady Bailey didn't sit up there because Miss Madison said that's her seat. And Miss Madison did not like First Lady Bailey. First Lady Bailey did not like Miss Madison. They would bump heads a lot because First Lady Bailey didn't agree with a whole lot of things Miss Madison was doing. The problem is Miss Madison knew that he worked for her. But First Lady Bailey did not know that her husband was working for Miss Madison. And that's where the rift came in. She's wondering, why are you doing, why is this, why that? The same way y'all see her everywhere with Mr. Cunningham. The only woman that should be like that with him is his wife. But there's a lot of stuff that y'all just don't know what's going on. Y'all don't understand the show that's backstage. You're only watching the show that's a part of the play. That's the entertainment. You don't know the real deal, what's going on behind closed doors. And that's why she sat on the side, because there's only enough room in that enclosed space for the man in the chair and his wife, but they fit another chair up there for her because she's letting the whole organization know by where she sits who she is. Ghost says it's not that we are not in support. We just never seen the righteous prevail in the house of prayer. I understand that. But there's a first time for everything. And this time, you all are going to celebrate like the Berlin Wall just fell. Y'all remember the Berlin Wall that separated East from West Berlin?
We're going to be celebrating like Moses and Miriam on the other side of the Red Sea.
Maria said we're going to be celebrating like Miriam on the other side of the Red Sea. Because this is happening. It's happening before our eyes. Our Father has shown us so much. And we know what he's done already. This is already done. He's already done it. He don't have to do it. We don't have to pray for him to do what he's already done. And the members need to get ready because this is done. It's over with. Get the turntables ready so we can celebrate good times together. This right here, never, ever has this ever happened in the house of prayer where we, the members of the organization, could come together in fellowship like this, and answer questions and talk about anything you want and get truth and have the truth proven with evidence and confirmation to back it up and support it. So we thank you for your support. And when we say that, we're not talking about those who are supporting. We're talking about the handful of people who's left, who's still defending and supporting the administration. It's not a lot of people that's left. For those of you who are still, the few of you who are still listening to these recordings going around with him, most people, they're just throwing the recordings. They don't even want to hear his voice anymore. They don't want to hear the lies anymore. They just don't want to hear nothing about who he is, who he represents. And he came last week. I want to say Petersburg. It might have been New Orleans or Marion, Arkansas, or Hattiesburg, but I want to say St. Pete, where he said that Jesus put himself in him so that he could bring him to you and teach you what he wants you to know.
What?
Yeah, I have the recording. that
Yes.
Jesus put himself in him. Jesus put himself in him so that he could bring him to you and teach you what he wants you to know. That's how it was presented,
Okay.
right? People, they're just done. They're done. As soon as they just discuss. I don't want to even hear no more. Some people get up and walk out of the circle because they're tired of even looking up in the front. I'm telling you what people are saying. I'm tired of looking at them up, and the people don't even bother going out. I'm telling you all this is over. Thank you, Ghost. I appreciate that. Lifelong says, and he has a diamond-coated tsunami necklace. Wow. A diamond-coated tsunami necklace. I didn't know that. Wow.
Cunningham has that.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's his emblem of what he's doing.
Yeah, that's marine spirits. This use of
Yeah.
marine spirits, water spirits, which is demonology. For those of you who don't know, it's demonology. I'm going to tell you this too, and then we're going to hurry up and jump through the rest of the comments. Think about the names of all these revivals: tsunami, water destruction, hurricane, water destruction, whirlwind, water destruction, floodgate, water destruction. I hope you're reading between the lines. Marine spirits, powers of darkness, invading and also intercepting. We're talking about things being initiated by causing the people to engage in chanting. When you are involved in a chant ritual, you're summoning and invoking and evoking spiritual beings that you yourself don't know nothing about. And that is the crutch and the summary of what a revival looks like. People chanting and calling forth spirits until you see something or feel something. Think about this. Until you feel something. You're now feeling something after calling on Addy, referring to a man bowing down in front of an image on a picture on a wall in front of an altar. Not realizing that Revelations talks about the synagogues of Satan, and there's not one building on the planet that our Father recognizes as his. Therefore, there's not one altar on the planet that our Father recognizes as his. His altar was destroyed with the house that was his, referred to as the temple, that Solomon built, that was rebuilt by Nehemiah, and that was still standing, that the Messiah himself said is going to be destroyed, and not one stone lying on another. The altar of incense and the altar that was used to burn and sacrifice animals has been destroyed along with the temple. There is not one altar in the face of the earth that he accepts as his, because in order to offer anything on an altar, you must not accept the Messiah's sacrifice. There are no more sacrifices. So whenever anybody tells you, do you bring your sacrifice to his house? They're lying to you, because they're dealing with spirits that's deceiving you into thinking that they are from above, and the whole time they're from below. And to have you calling on and chanting and calling forth somebody who represents him and lie and say they represent them, then you're calling for spirits that they're working with. And this is why the people throughout the organization are dealing with so much animosity, chaos, confusion, sickness, and conditions that they can't seem to get over. You got blessed products everywhere. Blessed cocoa butter, blessed cocoa lotion, bless olive oil, bless hair grease, bergamot, muscle ease, muscle cream, lemon cream. You have XLD. You got body wash. All these, a list of products. All of them are blessed. And then you got blessed water from baptisms. And then you're eating blessed food in the cafeteria. And then you got the blessed dollar bills from the programs. And you got blessed handkerchiefs from the man himself. And you got a blessed suit.
What gets me is drinking the baptismal water from the baptismal pools because you feel like it's got healing properties. All the microbes, all of the bodily fluids, the sweat,
now,
the skin cells.
Mind you, the water from the baptism was always before the baptism started.
Okay. Ugh.
But the problem is, remember, we no longer use baptismal pools. They fill up garbage cans with water. And now sometimes they fill them up directly from the garden hose. But back in the day when we were using the pools that were functioning, now the pools are broke everywhere because the organization's leaders do not put money into the buildings to maintain the buildings. So we're dealing with broken pools. And Mr. Cunningham said next year, if they make it, he wants to baptize using the pool to give the people something to look forward to. But of course he wants to use the pool because if you use the pool, now the people can be inside the building along with him sitting in the building. Why did he say it? Because outside the building in the parking lot, you might have a Mr. and Mrs. Lewis show up with a bullhorn. So to have the baptism inside, you don't have to worry about nobody being outside. From Virginia to Greensboro, he would not come until we left. This is the leader who's ducking and hiding behind the members. And now he got security everywhere, 24/7 around the clock, wherever he is. But he's claiming to be the representation of our Father in heaven. The pools used to be used and they fill the pools up, but the pools are exposed to the elements. And that's the water that we used to get, right? But to his point, we're getting water that was blessed by somebody is not representing our Father. This somebody is representing somebody else who's working along with marine spirits from below. That's why all of these things are called after destruction that comes with a body of water. Where's the only place in the scripture when water was used to destroy the earth? That's Genesis with Noah. Whenever did we see water being used to bring healing properties to the earth because of sin? Only during a baptism that was authorized by somebody that truly represented him. All these others, something's wrong with this problem. Something's wrong with this picture. So, because you're talking about marine spirits, this is why revivals have the names of storms that bring destruction. They're not coming to bring healing. People come out of revivals, they're not being healed. They're being possessed.
Yes. That's what's happening.
I did not know this. I used to teach all it, which is why I use myself as an example. I was deceived. And you're not going to come out here and boldly talk like this, knowing that people can take you to court and sue you if you're not telling the truth. I've dared them to take me to court. I challenged them to take me to court. Why are they not taking me? Because they know I'm telling the truth. And why he's quietly going around the organization. You can't ask that man questions openly. He's not having a meeting to open up the opportunity for people to talk. None of the council, none of the chairmen, none of the pastors are answering anybody's questions. Out of 100 and approximately, out of 165 men, nobody's answering anybody's questions. What does that tell you? When I'm naming names, Mr. Ladisall, Mr. Commodore, Mr. Barksdale, Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Sutton, Mr. Monroe, Mr. Rodney, Mr. Anybody that you have up there, and the younger ones coming up now trying to be like the older ones, because they see the older ones about to expire. So they're doing everything they can to impress Mr. Cunningham to get that seat because they're interested in the money. Whatever money is going to be raised by the members. But today you got mother houses that have congregations about the size of a mission from 25, 30 years ago. Mother houses now have congregations that are left, that are about what I used to see as a mission. Salisbury, Maryland, when we came up, me and Mr. Cunningham came up in the same house before he went and he became a pastor in H Street. Salisbury, Maryland, we easily had 50 people, and we were a mission. Today, if you got 50 people, you are considered rolling. Now, there are some houses that got a lot more than that on the book, but they don't come to service. They're not attending services unless there's a program, because the programs, that's where you're hooking up. That's where they're getting phone numbers so that they can meet you after the service. They're not teaching holiness. And then when they travel behind us, they're not traveling because they want to be in the service. They're traveling and they're part of the service because they're modeling. During the service, that's the catwalk, especially the Love March. People are on the prowl. And then after service, that's what they traveled for. Everybody? No. A lot of them, though. Yes. Not everybody, but a lot of. Because the ones who don't know. But the ones who do, they know they got organized events on the road behind Mr. Cunningham. Some of you can tell you a lot of things you wouldn't believe at these events. Some of you will tell you about the private events that even those at the other events don't know about, because there's more than one event going on. That said, Lifelong also says they did that with some of the blazers and handkerchiefs and ties, etc. See, all of that stuff, I'm telling y'all, you want to leave that stuff alone. And then they tell you if you're going to buy it and auction it, you can't wear it. But if it's blessed, then why do we have so many people with sickness? Why so many people with disease? You got all that stuff. You know what the disciples didn't have? They didn't have a list of blessed products for the Israelites to buy from them and purchase. When I was pastoring, I didn't have to make an order for blessed products and literature. I was surprised because they were giving me blessed products and literature for me to take back, and they expected me to sell it and make sure I had the money for it. There was no option in the matter. I couldn't tell them, no, I don't want to take this. No, I don't need this. No, the member's not asking for it. No, it was set up. Your name goes in. Here, come and pick up your order. I didn't order that. But if I didn't take it, I guarantee you next year, you're not going to be a pastor. And there's people thinking that the people give everything in here free will. No, the pastors don't give and do free will. The pastors are ordered what to do, and you better perform, and you better bring in the dollars, and you better make sure that money's being raised. If you don't, you are out. And you can't give the truth, you can't tell the truth, and you can't preach the truth. If you do, you are out. And you can't tell the people what's going on, and you can't talk about what's going on, and you can't expose what's going on, because if you do, you are out. That's how this organization runs. And a lot of them like it. Just like it, all over the place. Lifelong says, saying some men testified on getting 6-figured jobs. Yeah, some people do testify, and they say a lot of the things that they're receiving is to the credit of Mr. Cunningham or the leaders of the organization. But let me say this. We saw a few weeks ago that that was Elder Rodney's member.
I just watched the video. That was really.
And a lot of these men, they know better. I know most of these men, we've done all kinds of things together. They know better. But they know the game. And they used to get on me. Not get on me. They ain't never gonna get on me. But used to ask me questions. Man, why don't you bend a little? Bend a little for what? You, Lewis, man, you're not gonna make it. You know you got to play the game to get ahead in here. I ain't playing no game. You got to at least, it's politics. You got to, I ain't doing none of that. None of it. And everything that I did and everything I became, I did without any of their help. I became a pastor without the chairman's help, without the general counsel. I didn't get a recommendation. The chairman didn't ask me to do anything. But people who had come in the house of prayer began having a Bible study, and I got a phone call because the Bible study was growing. And that's what happened. So they went to Dallas from San Antonio, and Mr. Sudler there brought up the idea about getting a house started there. But he wasn't thinking about them. He was thinking about himself. Because if another house of prayer got started in Texas, what he was looking at was himself now finally becoming a chairman. And as soon as we got organized and situated, all of a sudden, next thing I know, and I still got the papers today, I can show you the schedule where we getting programs put together where I'm told as the pastor to get the members lined up for programs to start traveling, having state events titled Raise the Roof for G-class battles. I'm not doing that. These people are brand new. I'm not after their wallet. I'm not trying to raise no money. But as the pastor, you better raise money. And whenever I was told, Mr. Sutton, there in Augusta, Georgia right now, Mr. Lattisaw was there. Mr. Commodore was there. Whenever the bishop builds, they said, Addie, whenever he builds, he's looking for a return on his investment. Well, I got a problem with that because he didn't invest his money. This ain't his money. This is the people's money. This is the organization's money, which is another problem with Mr. Cunningham or anybody else putting their name on a bus. That's not your bus. Did you buy the bus? Why is it called Madison or McCullough or Grace or Bailey or Cunningham Luxury Liners? See, this is where we're going to run into problems with the law of the land. You have people trying to expose things to show y'all what's going on so that you can wake up. And if anything, it should have nothing more than the name of the organization on it, not somebody's personal name. Because now you can't say that you're lifting up and glorifying the Father. Now, people don't like to hear this. Guess what? I'm not here to tickle your ears. I'm here to help you see the truth of what's going on so that you will be able to stand up and say, that makes sense. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm trying to help you save you some grief from what's coming because it's definitely around the corner. The saying is, I can see the shadow. And I'm telling you all, we're going to get a phone call and y'all going to hear is it's over. You will not see these men pastoring or as a bishop in here, not another day. For the rest of their lives, they will not be here as anything in any position, wearing any title whatsoever. And that might even be an order from people who have authority outside the organization based on the criminal activities that they see them doing that the members of the House of Prayer don't know nothing about. People, this is why they're not doing nothing to me. This is why they're not doing nothing about the channel. This is why they're not even saying nothing about what we're putting out, because they know they are guilty as sin. And they can't do anything but try to support Mr. Cunningham, because they know that when he goes down, they go down. And Miss Madison doing everything she can to try to keep this thing going, because she knows that when they go, she is done. With that said, Madonna says, I am evidence of this infectious behavior by, oh, well, boom, there it is. I wasn't going to say it. I was not going to say it. She says she's evidence of his infectious behavior by grace. And there's children of his all around the country. She just told you. I didn't say it. Y'all don't have to believe me at all, but you have evidence right here. The evidence is here. Lewis don't need to lie. The evidence is here. And the organization has been lifting up men doing all types of things we don't even want to talk about with children, with your children, and some would dare do it with mine. I had to go into prayer because heaven knows. Heaven knows. So I went into solitude, and I didn't come out from under my rock for several months until I fixed in my mind that I'm leaving it in your hands. I would not budge. I didn't come within 4 states of certain people. So there's people waiting, and we have evidence. There's evidence from him. There's evidence from another. All over the country. There's evidence from many of the councilmen all over the country. There's some that don't have evidence in the form of children, but they got evidence in the form of surviving people, survivors, that they traumatized by things that they did to them. They're still here and they're waiting. We cannot lift up these people who have done these things and march in parades in honor of these men and lift up their pictures and be proud of their history. When you hear and see things that these men have been involved in, you will be disgusted and ashamed that you ever defended these people. Mr. Cunningham ought to be ashamed of himself because of the things that he's done and things he's been involved in and the perpetuated lies that he keeps trying to go forward. And he knows right now, Mr. Cunningham, you know for a fact that there's things I have not said. But there's people right now waiting so that they can see you face to face. Just saying. You should have kept your hands clean and you should have kept your hands to yourself. There's others that other people are waiting to see. And they're waiting to see them in a situation where somebody can penalize them for the things that they're going to talk about. Our Heavenly Father said, vengeance is his. You cannot do to people whatever you feel like and expect to get by. And what's about to happen? Many people all over the place keep telling me over and over and over and over, Mr. Lewis, you are an answer to my prayers for years. I just had somebody else this morning tell me the exact same thing. There's people who have heard people cuss out leaders to their face and accuse them to their face of things that they've done to them personally in the presence of other people. And leaders sat there and didn't say a word because they knew it was true. The same way Mr. Cunningham sat there in Virginia while I said things to you in front of the members. It's time, people, to stop supporting deceiving, manipulative, lying, thieving men and saying that they're everything that represents our Father. Our Father is so angry because these men have not come forward to tell the truth, that he's allowing the blankets to be pulled back so that the world will see that he had no hand in this. No hand whatsoever. Thank you so much, Madonna. There's another woman, I'm not going to call her name, who came on the channel and said the exact same thing. And I can think of several people right now who can also say, but they don't want to put out too much information because they're waiting. And they don't want people to try to go around and clean anything up either, because they have loose ends that they have not finished tying. And they won't know what those loose ends are until these people come forward. So for all of you who are wanting to hear from people, you had one before who said, and here's one right now saying, I'm evidence right here, right here. Mr. Lewis don't have to bring any evidence. It's right here. This person is saying it. We have people who are holding positions in the organization that are blood relatives, descendants of some of the leaders. Listen, this is over. Thank you so much, Madonna. The congregation is low and weak in attendance of members. The money isn't there, so the pastor's probably trying to show a bigger boost financially to report upon Mr. Cunningham's return. And yes, many pastors are having to dig into savings. There's some pastors right now borrowing money and putting themselves in a position because they know that he's coming with an expectation to collect. But they don't have the people no more. I know of pastors who's crying real tears to family, asking them to help them. The family saying, why don't you just step down? But the family saying that because the family don't know the things that their family members been involved in. So they're held to this position because of dirt that they got on them that people don't know anything about. They can't get out. They're stuck. But the
blackmail.
Yes, absolutely blackmail. They're stuck. We got elders right now who said, I don't want my letter no more. They said, no, keep your letter. They won't accept the elders' letters back.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And there's elders that have not given, that told them, I'm not with this. And they're saying, no, listen, whatever we got to do. We got several elders where men over them tried to sell them the idea to accept a position by telling them, listen, you can do this, you can do this, you can see anybody you want, you can have anybody you want. We'll make sure that goes away. They're being told that you can do stuff if you just accept a position, because certain people around them will cover it up. Certain people over them will also cover it up. People, I'm telling you all what's going on so that you're in the know. This is not gossip. These are facts that's about to be opened up and revealed for those individuals who's going to be making decisions about these things and what's going to be done to penalize these people who's been lying to, deceiving, and manipulating this organization for all these years. Here's the number one thing you need to understand. They didn't just deceive and manipulate the members. They didn't just defraud the members. They deceived, they manipulated, and defrauded the government as well. They don't like that. So this is almost over. Thank you, Blanche. Money isn't financially upon Mr. Cunningham's return. Educating the smart. When will you begin putting your committees together? We're working on a couple more things. The board is right now preparing by doing certain things. The board is in training. Every board for every company has regular training sessions each year. Some boards have retreats where they have their training. Our board is currently having similar type training where we're getting used to certain things, looking at what the expectations are, getting ready to familiarize ourselves with the conduct and the activities and the responsibilities and the role of board members. That's where we are. As soon as the board is finished getting themselves in order and familiarizing themselves with everything that we need to pertaining to the law, we will set out a notification by announcement for anybody that would like to work hand in hand with the board to let us know who those persons are. While you're waiting to prepare to work with us, there's going to be a series of videos, training sessions entitled My Best Self. And the purpose of those videos is for you all to learn, through self-assessments, things about yourself to begin to fix mental fog and clog and to dismiss the thinking that we are in right now so that your mind can be clear to be able to look at information and make decisions without those decisions being tied to emotions or beliefs. It is necessary for us to have this type of leadership training. So before the opportunity is open for people to step up, we have to make sure that people have been trained to be able to fulfill obligations that you're going to be under in a leadership type role. And that'll be taking place in a few more weeks. So there will be several committees. We will start off with an oversight committee. That committee will be trained by experts in the field. And every single other committee will be trained by experts. We will be utilizing consultants, outside consultants, who are certified to train and teach in those fields. And we're doing that to make sure that outside will see and be able to verify that we're doing everything according to the law and according to the book. Complete transparency, where we will be in compliance with all of the regulating agencies anywhere. And therefore, the people who's going to be serving on these committees, they will be 100% ready, prepared, and able to jump in line, to look at information, make the decisions they need to make, and then go forth and start working for the organization as we put forth programs for the people to take part in, because the whole thing in a nutshell is how do we serve the communities and the members of the organization as a charity. The organization is a charity. Even though it was built up to look like a quote unquote church, the reality is we are a charity. And the leadership wrote it up to look like, well, our charitable cause is to help people spiritually. That's our charity. So we are going to take any money that we get and we're going to erect more buildings. And we're going to maintain those buildings with the money that we get so that we can perpetuate the gospel that we're going to be teaching. And that's what we're going to do with the money. But the problem is the money that was coming in, they weren't building a bunch of buildings. They weren't maintaining those buildings, and they weren't using the money for anything that they said that they were going to use it for, to include anything for the organization at all. Whenever you have a $50,000 chandelier, you cannot say that you're using the money for the organization. But what can easily be proven by the authorities that be is that pretty much you've been using the organization to furnish your lifestyle. And this is where people get into trouble. And this is why it's called fraud. So, yes, sir.
So I remember as a kid, someone raising a point. One of the bishops was speaking, and they left confused because they were like, why did he keep calling this an organization and not a church? You know, and so you saying that, it makes a lot of sense.
Right. Even in the Constitution, you'll see two bodies. One is the organization. The other is the church. The organization is the business. The church is the spiritual group of people who believe in this nonsense that they said coming out the Bible. And if you believe it, then you belong to the group of people in here that Miss Madison, Mr. Cunningham, and all these other people at the headquarters be calling a bunch of fools, stupid people, and idiots. People who've been up there, been telling us for years, they're talking about y'all at headquarters. They're calling y'all stupid. They're calling y'all stupid. They say them stupid House of Prayer people do anything you tell them.
I got reports from direct descendants of bishops laughing, taunting. They've even said, you know, hey, you guys really need to not give my such and such so much praise. You shouldn't follow them in that manner, because when they get home, they're just a regular man and they laugh at you guys. And sometimes they bring you guys rotten fruit and give it to you guys and laugh at you guys while you eat it and say, look at these fools.
It makes sense. How many times have we heard stories like that? How many times you heard where candy was thrown on the floor for the members to grovel down and try as best they could to grab a piece? How many times have we heard that a cup of coffee was passed around that they used, and then they passed around for everybody to drink from that cup? How many times they pass around a piece of toast for the members to break a piece off of? We've all, for the most part, heard stories like this. I remember South Philadelphia. They had a week where they would give nothing but testimonies about the founder and all the things that he did that they remembered. People, we've been duped. Again, it's not just us. You got people being arrested right now. David Taylor was just arrested. People can't believe what they're hearing about Mr. T.D. Jakes. People can't believe what they're hearing about Mr. Joel Osteen. People can't believe what they hear about Miss Joyce Myers. People can't believe what they're hearing about Mr. Winans. And then you see the video, I ain't called for no $1,200. No, we said it was $2,000. There's something wrong with this picture. What does this have to do with soul salvation? And why are we still following people like this? You know why? Because we've idolized these people, and they have become our idols, our false gods, and therefore we bear their images. Pictures of bishops everywhere, pictures in our home, picture in the window of the home, pictures on the car, pictures in our wallets and purses, pictures at the job, on the office, pictures embedded on necklace. So if there's something come, I grab my necklace, I'm protected. That's a cursed object. That necklace is not going to protect you. It will turn your neck green. It might cause infection. You might get a rash, but it's not going to help you Am I insulting? No, I'm telling you. You see some of the ushers, their white tops. You see it's turned green from that necklace rubbing up and down, bouncing while they're singing and while they're marching and while they're clapping. They go home, their uniform has got green stains, green and black stains from the fake jewelry. But the curse is still there. And the evil spirits attached to that thing with their image on it is also very much real and is active in the lives of the members who are putting their trust in these things instead of putting their trust in our Creator and in His Son and in His Word. You don't have to have a bunch of blessed products that you're paying for every single year. And then when you run out of olive oil, how many times y'all know people be keeping those empty olive oil bottles? Because they want to preserve that blessed bottle. And whatever they put in the bottle now, that's blessed. People, we've been duped. I remember I walked behind Mr. Madison and scooped dirt off the ground that had his footprint on it.
Right.
And put it in a styrofoam cup. Now, what was I going to do with that dirt?
You know what?
I wasn't thinking.
If I was still indoctrinated, I'd be like, do you know where it's at now? Can I have it?
Maria said if she was still indoctrinated, she'd be whispering, do you know where it's at now? But people, we have to wake up. Corrine says, I remember my towels. I paid $500. I paid $500 for it. And I had 6 of them one year. Shake my head. $3,000 later. And she said, I used them to clean the toilet.
No. Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Oh, boy.
She used $3,000 towels to clean the toilet.
Oh, boy.
People, this is where we were. And we're waking up. Those titles had enough is enough on it. I had either 4 or 5 myself. The towels. This is from Ghost. Enough is enough. And that was the theme that Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, they came up with because they were sick and tired of them announcing that DC was on top. Enough is enough. Not knowing that they beat DC over and over, all kinds of times they beat DC, but the leader not going to ever tell y'all that y'all beat DC out of all these years. Are you kidding me? Mr. Cunningham came out and announced, New York, yeah, y'all got them once. And you can do it again. I believe you can do it again. Why is he doing that? To try to get you to pour more money in. Only to tell, so close. But just that little bit. If you just, maybe next year, if y'all just go, look. Charlotte, one time. You're never going to beat DC because the bishop ain't going to let you. The bishop's help is in Washington, D.C. The ones who's a part of the scam is in Washington, D.C. And they have a few people scattered around the organization to keep an eye on the chairmen and to assist them wherever they need help. Some they have on a band or on a choir or somewhere else dropping dollars to make it look like the competition is alive and well. That's a part of the scandal. Why do you think the stars are always number one? And some of the stars saying, no, we were hard for our place. No, you've been duped. They got you giving $2,000 every year minimum to be on that group. You've been duped. And y'all might say, well, it's a numbers game, which it is. And anytime you have a club that's got 120 people on it, automatically at the end of the year, you have $240,000 minimum. That's just giving $2,000 each. And if they're giving an extra $1,000, now you got $320,000. And if your club only got 30 members, how are you going to compete? The problem is some of their money is not coming out of their pocket. Some of their money is coming from Portal Drive. I'm trying to tell y'all, what do they say? I'm trying to put y'all down on a game or something like that.
Right, trying to put you on game.
Trying to put you on game. Listen, I was out there, but I wasn't out there. I had seen a lot of stuff, broke up a lot of stuff. I wasn't out there. My mind was on something else. But my point is that this jig is up. Charlotte is now woken up. New York, I hope they're waking up. And I understand that there's not a lot of activity in New York, not a lot of people coming out. And they're not paying attention. A lot of them are not paying attention to the videos. So those of you who know members in New York, please get the word to them. Y'all watch the videos because they've already sat down because they don't like what they see. And the bulk of New York members are not watching the videos, so I'm told. But they don't like what they see. So for those of you who know, tell them, listen, get here, look, here's a channel, start watching these videos so that y'all can understand what's going on. If, again, y'all know secretaries, put the word out, step down. You don't want to be involved in this stuff when it happens and goes down. Lifelong, so he said it in Colombia, then Charlotte came and boom. Right? Now, I can't, Lifelong, let us know what you're talking about when you said that. He said it in Colombia, then Charlotte came and boom. Columbia, Charlotte, and boom. I got to try to remember what that is. Karine says, when you decorate your home and celebrate Xmas, you open your home up for demons and enter through a portal by your permission. Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, these so-called holidays are not given to us in the scripture. Any holiday that's been introduced to us by man, you need to understand, for the most part, they came out of a community of people who's giving praises to another person as if that person is the creator. And I'm just trying to not offend people who are not.
I was about to say it, but okay.
Right.
I'll be nice.
Why can't they say it?
Right. But my point is, y'all need to understand, whether it's Catholic, whether it's Mormon, whether it's Islam, whether it's Methodist, whether it's Seventh-day Adventist, whether it's Protestant, whether it's Baptist, when you hear Mr. Cunningham and other past leaders say that we're Baptist, we're Methodist, we're Seventh-day Adventist, we're Protestant, Mr. Cunningham even said we're Islam. We're all of that.
That's that one world religion that's
okay.
Agenda.
Now watch this. If we're all of that, why you tell the members of the house of prayer not to marry nobody outside? If we're Muslim, we're Methodist, we're Seventh-day Adventist, we're Protestant, we're Baptist, we're Catholic, we're all of that. But you keep calling them blackouts. You say that don't mess with nobody out there because they don't have the truth. Well, which one is it?
Condemned.
Yeah.
Like a building that can't be repaired. His word, or something to that
Right.
like.
That's what he said about me. Mr. Cunningham called me condemned. But then later in Virginia, when I had a bullhorn, after I left, he waited for me to leave. Then he told the people, even Joseph Lewis, if he come back and repent, I will forgive him. But you said you couldn't do nothing for me. But see, the problem is a liar cannot keep up with the lies that they tell. They don't remember their lies. And this is why the night when Mr. Belton walked down the aisle and returned to the house of prayer, made his grand return, and the house went off. Yeah. Well, he didn't like that. He don't like a whole lot of excitement about anybody but himself. So he told the house, quiet, stop. Why can't they cheer? You the one that had a meeting with him at the house. You're the one that agreed to pay the man to walk down to deceive the members of the house of prayer, making them think that he has had a vision, a premonition. I seen the light, and I got to get back because he's the real deal. You wanted him to give that impression about you. Now the people, they see him come, they're yelling and screaming, no, stop. That's why I put a clip on one of the videos about the movie Gladiator. When the emperor kept hearing the people cheer and cheer and cheer for the gladiator, the emperor kept trying to tell the people, quiet. The people didn't know that the emperor, who put himself in the seat, was jealous of any popularity other than himself. He's the same as a King Saul, who was jealous about David. And when Mr. Belton came down that aisle, Mr. Cunningham, people got quiet. But he told him, when you go out there, he said, you need to go back out and fix that. You created a lot of mess. You need to go back out there and fix it. Tell them people you were wrong about the things you said about the house of prayer. That whole house heard him tell a man to go outside and lie. All liars have their place in the lake of fire. But you ordering the man to lie, what does that make you? And we know he lied because I proved it with other recordings. Long story short, then he said, when you do that, then you'll be free. The next day, I released another video to expose what happened that night, because now there's excitement. No, we need to contain this, get rid of all this excitement. The next day after I released that video, Mr. Cunningham got to think, okay, I got to come back with something. Called him back again. Had him come back. Another meeting. Listen, come down and apologize. And we know that that's what took place, because as soon as he got up to the front, he went straight to the mic, started talking, and Mr. Belton was waiting right there down at the floor. So give him a mic. This whole thing was set up. I want to apologize to everybody for what I've done. Now you free. See, the lie was not remembered the night before. You said he wasn't going to be free until he went outside and talked to the media and fixed what he messed up. But the day after, now you free because the lie. He couldn't remember the lie. Liars can't remember what they're saying. Then you'll be free. And anybody who believing in this man, as his words, like the last one said, whenever he speaks, you're hearing from God. We've seen time and time again contradictions. And this is why we're where we are. And people are just tired and done. And we keep on seeing for ourselves proof that this stuff is not right. It's all lies. It's all made up. When we're looking at these days that they call holidays, come from man, it has nothing to do with our Creator. This so-called season, the Messiah is not the reason for this season. That's a lie. He is not the reason for this season. The reason for this season is built on indoctrination and false doctrine. The Messiah was not born December 25th. people who are getting together, you're not celebrating his birth. And nowhere in the scripture does it say that the people need to exchange gifts because of his birth. And when it comes to the gifts that was given, they didn't come to give gifts to celebrate his birth. They came, the wise men, to give gifts to show their submission to the king.
And it wasn't even on the day he was born.
Right. It was almost 2 years later. We followed his star, but they didn't find him that night. It wasn't almost 2 years later. It was a while. I'm going to say that. I don't want anybody to say, well, the Bible doesn't. So we know that he was born and he was laid in a manger. The scripture says when they found him, he was in a house. He was not in a manger anymore. He was not in the inn. My point is that whether it's what people saying is his birth, and then this thing called Easter, and then this thing called Valentine's Day, and then when it comes to St. Patrick's Day, even when we talk about Thanksgiving Day, even when we talk about Halloween, hallow means holy. Hallowed be thy name. But now you have a day set aside called Halloween. There's tricks in all these things.
The eve of the Day of the Dead.
Yes.
To worship and do necromancy.
Oh, y'all don't know that there's so many satanic practices and rituals in these dates that you're involving yourselves in. And to do anything in celebration of any of those dates, you're voluntarily including yourself in idolatry. To wear these pendants with pictures of men, bracelets, pictures all over the place in the wall. Why do you think they have to be up on the wall that you bow down to when you in the beginning of service and when you leave? You're bowing down in front of an image.
Can I just show you this? This is from the satanictemple.com.
Uh-huh.
And if you
She said from the satanictemple.com.
Okay. So one of their holy high days, and then go to the next one.
From the satanictemple.com. Now, I'm going to show y'all this. Okay. Satanictemple.com. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to that symbol in the circle up top. Okay. Now, we have this all through the organization. Y'all just don't know it.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to talk about that much tonight.
It's kind of a glare on there. So I'll just say that says October 31st.
October 31st.
It's
and I'm going to put it closer.
High day for Satanists.
Okay. And what this says is.
Can you see that there?
I'll put the link in there in just a moment.
Okay. Holiday to celebrate indulgence and embrace the darkness and its aesthetic. Halloween is consistently described as evil, demonic, and satanic by those steeped in religious dogma. Costumes, candy, and facing fears are to be embraced. Okay. October 31st. Now, they go on to talk about, again, I don't even want to say the name of the statue that they glorify. But these are dates that they lift, highly exalt. December 25th.
Yep, it's on
right
the list.
Here.
December 25th is on the list.
December 25th. This is how they celebrate December 25th. Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is the Sol Invictus celebration of being unconquered by superstition and consistent in the pursuit and sharing of knowledge. The cult of Sol existed within Rome since its early days as a republic, and Invictus was an epithet used for Jupiter, Mars, and Apollo, among others. The festival celebrated these gods and may have also been used to celebrate the winter solstice. Now, again,
I put it in the chat as well.
Okay.
if anybody wanted to see it for themselves.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but we can talk about rituals that other countries have. And when you look at Santa and his elves,
Yeah.
other countries have a devil and demons that they celebrate by coming out into the neighborhoods dressed up so that you can see what they really represent. We are under such deception that if we don't research or look into that, we're just subjecting ourselves to idolatry, and we're voluntarily being deceived left and right. Now, the bigger problem is this. When you have people who represent our Heavenly Father and they are not in communication with our Heavenly Father, and he nor his son, the Messiah, is sharing anything to them by what I refer to as the Ruach HaKodesh, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, is not sharing things with them to undo ties where they're invoking evil entities, well, something is wrong. Anyway, let's continue with the last few comments. Karine, you've opened a can of worms, sis, but so very true. And okay, wait a minute, this just popped up. I know, but the members need to know because it's not being preached, right? Not preached, yet practiced within the houses themselves, lack of knowledge, all over the place. Lifelong says, stop it. Are you for real right now? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can give all kinds of evidence to support the things that I'm saying, and I can show you documentation. I can show you things coming from even out of the Satanic Bible. When you have witches, warlocks, and sorcerers and wizards telling you, thank you for celebrating these days, what does that tell you?
That's what it says in there.
When a witch, warlock, wizard, and sorcerer thanks you for partaking in Christmas, when they say thank you for having birthday celebrations, which is the absolute worst.
Yeah.
It is the most wicked of all of these days, a birthday celebration. When they say thank you, that should raise a red flag.
Yeah.
So we don't have the time, but I'm just introducing. Idolatry to the max. Absolutely, Jeremy. Absolutely. Good to have you on.
Even the birthdays, that's what it is. It's self-idolatry.
Self-idolatry. Birthday is a celebration of self. When you've taken everything from the Father, giving you another day, for a whole another year, and you celebrating yourself. Collecting of gifts, expecting, telling people the day is mine in order to get something because you're telling them it's your birthday.
I don't even celebrate it.
Yeah. Like me, we even forget.
Yeah.
People remind us, isn't the day?
Yep.
Is it? Oh, yeah. It's not my birth date or birthday. It's not my birthday. It's my birth date. My date of birth in the year I was born. It's not my birthday. My birthday is the actual day that I was born into the world. You only get one. You don't get no 48 birthdays. You're born 48 times. If anything, you will get probably two. One natural, one spiritual.
Well, maybe you were supposed to repent once a year and be born again.
Right?
Certainly on that day we can be worshiping our Father for giving you another year.
Yeah, we should be celebrating our Father. We should be thanking him.
Yes.
Right? A day of Thanksgiving.
Yes.
That's an insult. None of the, and people, if you really understood what's behind it, if I go into some detail about how the founding fathers of this country celebrated Thanksgiving, woo.
Research.
Lifelong, would you mind elaborating? Please. Ghost, I saw that. She was in the supermarket, I think. It's Calvin video. Yeah. Lifelong says, yes, that was right out of Charlotte. What was it that was out of Charlotte? Corrine says, I saw that video. He was jerking his body like he was feeling the spirit because she was not saying anything. Don't even sound right. I don't know what they're speaking about yet. I haven't seen the video. Lifelong says, I'm surprised Apostle Commodore wasn't the next bishop. Yeah, they wasn't going to have that.
And they already knew long ago who it was going to
Yeah.
be.
He wants very badly. Very, very badly. He'd been itching for years just to become a chairman. And he's thankful, got to be a judge. Now he's a judge. Ask yourself, why is it that some of the worst men in the organization who's done some of the worst things in the organization keep on getting elevated in the organization? That should tell you what's going on with the leadership of this organization. Why is it that people who's doing right, living right, walking right, teaching right, why is it that they're the ones who's targeted to be removed from the organization? Educating the smart. Are the people being targeted people that have paid their rent? Also, it's against the law to out people out during really cold days and inclement weather. Yes, they are being targeted. I believe that people who are not giving money, not attending right now, I believe they're being targeted by this administration because they want to make an example out of anybody who's supporting what it is that we're doing. It is a clear-cut case of retaliation. And anybody that this happens to, tell them to get in touch with us. Email us. We have so many people all over the place that we're putting together files and folders for that we're going to be holding them accountable for every single thing they've done and that they're doing. And it's coming. For those of you who don't think nothing going to happen, Lewis is crazy. Keep thinking that. Are the people being, yes, Commodore is too goof. Let's not be disrespectful, right? We want to make sure that, we don't want to come at anybody. I mean, well, forgive me, but it aggravates me. And a lot of people are aggravated by a lot of his antics, several of their antics. I was told today that one of them down in Savannah said, when you pray, went to a hospital and pray, you got to pray in the name of Addie Cunningham, or your prayer won't be heard, it won't be answered. Listen, this is anyway, it aggravates a lot of people, Lifelong, and yes, 100% understand with you. That she's always everywhere with this man, like come off the mountain. Even the McCullough family, not as active as her, right? She's as active because she took the organization by the helm and she's been steering it ever since.
And there's a reason that the McCullough family has not been active that you are not privy to, but you're on to something.
Right? Now, I've actually said in one of the videos, the McCullough family took off to leave this organization alone for a reason. You need to ask yourselves, why is it that the Grace family don't want nothing to do with this organization? Why is it that the McCullough family don't want nothing to do with this organization? You need to ask yourselves this, because apparently if family members of leaders don't want nothing to do with it after a leader has passed, that should tell you something is wrong somewhere. Just saying. Devona says the jig is up. This is 100% accurate. This has been going on for too long, right? It's done. Absolutely. Never in the history of the UHOP has this type of platform happened, right? Well, people wanted to do this. I'm sure that if we had the use of this technology before, there's a young man, had a team of people who would have blown YouTube up with what they were trying to do in the house of prayer to fix problems being caused by leaders. There was another young man that people heard about a letter that went out. I'm sure he would have blown YouTube up with what he was trying to do to fix problems in the house of prayer. There's other people, had we had this type of technology, they would have blown YouTube up trying to fix problems that's been caused by the leaders of the house of prayer. It just so happens that he had his appointed time. And this is where we are. We know this is his doing because there's no way possible we could have done any of this. It's all him. Every single ounce of credit, glory, and honor is to him because he's the one that advanced this cause. He's the one that's fixing and cleaning up the organization. He's the one who said he would pull the blanket back, not just here, in other organizations like ours, where people being exposed left and right because they've been deceiving people who's been seeking the Father and the Messiah and lying to them for $1 bill. It's coming. And this one is going to be massive. Thank you, Devona. You're 100% correct. Blanche says, when I was a child, we were told that the help would never be broadcasted out for the world to know. People would have to come in to hear this gospel. And isn't there something wrong with that? If the house of prayer is saying that it'll never be broadcasted for the world to know, isn't there a problem? Didn't the disciples hear the order for them to go outside? Don't stay inside, go outside. The harvest is plentiful. They need you out there. That's where the work is. Why is it that we sing songs, everybody ought to know? Everybody ought to know. Hey, who? That's what the world is saying. Who? Because nobody telling them. Even when Mr. Tanner said that he brought the rain from the East Coast, why'd he bring it late? Fire tearing up everywhere over here. And then when he brought it,
that's a great thing for him to have said, because if you brought the rain, do you know who the ruler of that realm is?
Water spirits.
Well, I'm just saying, does not Lucifer reside in the heavens? Does he not control the heavens? So
Right.
Are you likened unto him or likened unto Christ?
This is why we're talking about water spirits.
Mm-hmm.
See, the word tells us about the prince of the powers of the air and the God of this world, who himself tempted the Messiah. That's why we're saying in the Bible study, can the Creator be tempted by the wicked one? But he had to be tempted. And if we're saying that we not going to broadcast this, no, this is too good, you got to come in here to get this, something's absolutely wrong. And if he brought the rain from the East Coast, why did he bring it 400 and some miles away from where the water needed to be delivered? Why aren't you out there telling the media who the rain giver is? Why aren't you calling the mayor or the governor? Get Gavin Newsom. We need him to know who this man is. Right?
So true.
6 and M Street. Why isn't Taylor, Mr. Taylor, there at Congress telling every lawmaker, y'all need to know who this man is? This is what we said on video. He's not going up to no Congress.
They're trying to figure out how to control and manipulate the weather right now. Call on Addie. Lord help.
This is how ludicrous it sounds. And the world is laughing at us. People would have to come and hear this gospel. Now, people around the world, all through the country, they heard about the house of prayer, but they staying away for a reason. They don't want to come and hear this gospel because this here gospel ain't gospel. This is not good news. This is bad. Miss Mintz, so it's the Star of David. Right. Talking about Portal Drive with the star up in the front with the picture in it. The problem is the 5-pointed star, the pentagram is not the Star of David. They refer to the 6-pointed star as the Star of David, which is a triangle sitting on its base with an upside down triangle laying over top of it. The problem with that is nowhere in the scripture was there ever any star called the Star of David. David didn't have a star. So where did this come from? This is more deception. And people don't realize what the star means, what the star represents. So anytime man presented something, you have to check out its origin. That's why the scripture tells us, John said, beloved, believe not every spirit, but try them to see whether they be of our Father, the Creator. Anybody can do that. The scripture tells us that the Creator put his trust in how many people? No man. The Creator put his trust in no man. Do y'all know that we have a magazine or calendar that says the prophets that God trusted with the pictures of the leaders of the organization on it? Antichrist. I told you, look at the colors and the picture, the great big life-size portrait of Mr. Cunningham right now. That great big gigantic picture. We haven't seen a picture that big in the history of the House of Prayer on the wall. Look at the colors. And I talked about this also. The Revelations, we're going to stop there. Right? The colors. And look at these other leaders in these other places. You see them wearing the same colors right now because they were given a go sign. A go code means start doing it right now. That's why we're seeing all types of activity about the ABC community. Right? And when y'all see one of them with a symbol over the door, deception is right in front of your eyes. Lifelong says, Apostle Commodore testified, Mr. Commodore testified that Addie Cunningham gave him a ginger mint and his spinning head was cured. Yes, Mr. Commodore got paid to lie to the members so that you would believe in the one who he needs you to believe in so he can continue getting paid. These men are working as circus. And their job as ringmaster in every single state, their job is to keep the show going. So now bring out the clowns. Who are the clowns? Pastors. You have a ringmaster orchestrating the clowns to entertain the people, to keep you buying the popcorn and the drinks. Think about this. The leaders are okay with the members of this organization selling alcohol to people at ball games to raise G-class. If the leader is okay with you selling beer and alcohol to raise G-class for the organization, that should tell you, turn around and run. If anything, the leader should be trying to tell you to witness, not to sell so that you can raise money by doing something that so many people look at as problematic. I won't go further there because a lot of people have different beliefs about that subject.
Well, you can talk about what the Surgeon General says. Okay, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Okay.
Which is a very good point, because it's hazardous to our health. And anything hazardous to our health is certainly not coming from our Creator. Right? So he says, Kareem, Blessed Products is saying that our Father is not enough.
Yep.
Right? And then we're buying all these things. Miss Mintz says to Kareem, I'm with you on that. Miss Mintz, yes, I remember hearing about the House of Prayer Bible. Right. Kareem says nobody wants to harm Mr. Cunningham. Right. Nobody. We're not trying to harm him or anybody else.
We're praying for him.
Yes. However, he's done everything he could to incite violence and anger in the organization towards us. Immediately after Virginia, he went in there immediately and gave this so-called sermon. When haters hate, people hating on y'all, you're intentionally trying to stir up anger and violence, telling people that people are after you. We've done everything that we could, and we continue to do so to keep everybody united and to keep everybody grounded peacefully. Mr. Cunningham, when he had the security sign liability waivers, if anything go down, now y'all can be strapped, have weapons, no problem. But if anything goes down, no, you cannot sue me or the organization. Is that somebody who's trying to deter an issue? Is that somebody who's trying to de-escalate anything? No. We did not show up at 6th and Elm Street Memorial Day weekend because of our concern for the people. We didn't want nothing to happen to anybody. I've been there and will confront anybody. But we didn't want nothing to happen to the members. That's what the leader of the organization is supposed to be doing at all times, being concerned for the people. You have an obligation to protect them. You don't put them in harm's way.
Even as a legal one to protect.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Ms. Smith says that's correct. Of course not. Not at all. Nobody wants to harm Mr. Cunningham. Lifelong, in Savannah, he was frightened by a lady who walked down the aisle to give him $1, and he yelled at Apostle Taylor to go get guards. Huh? Really? In Savannah, frightened by a lady who walked down the aisle to give him $1 and yelled at Taylor to go get guards. Yeah, see, that kind of a mind, you cannot be at peace. You cannot be at peace. And you can see, unfortunately, you can see how distraught he is from all of this worryation and anxiety. Water is destruction, Kareem says. Yes. It's life and it's both, depending on who's using it and how they're using it. So the wicked one is going to use it to do all kinds of things with it, right? To our detriment, to hurt us. The Father's going to do everything he can to help us. Lifelong says, then got on the mic and called the lady sick and to go back to shouting and not be afraid. And if he was frightened, he called the lady sick and to go back to shouting and not be afraid. And if he was frightened. Yeah, quite often we've seen moments where he's afraid. But he talks a very good game. But literally afraid. Devona, the U-Hop is a real estate company hid behind a church. Yes, it is. But it's so much more than that the members don't know. It's so much more that the members do not know. Lifelong says there's something going on with the stream. Okay. Let me know if you see it again. Giovanni, Brother Lewis, why was you sat down and why did you leave the house of prayer? I didn't leave. And actually, I was never sat down. If Mr. Cunningham ever tells anybody that I was sat down, he is lying. If any of the council tells anybody that I was ever sat down, they also are lying. And you can let them all know that I've challenged every elder, pastor, minister, so-called apostle, councilman, chairman, district chairman, brother, deacon, evangelist, and the bishop. I challenge any man who thinks they know or understand the word to call me forth, set up a meeting, including Mr. Cunningham, before the members of the house of prayer so that we can sit down and go over anything, or let's just talk about facts. Ask any of the councilmen or Mr. Cunningham to produce anything that can support the idea or the notion that I was ever sat down. Never was I sat down. In fact, I have evidence to support, not only was I not sat down, but to support Mr. Cunningham working along with the council to turn Mr. Bailey against me out of their fear and intimidation of me. So they orchestrated a plot and a plan in order to have, at that time, Mr. Monroe, he was the chairman of New York, to bring my credentials back and lie to me about what the council did about me being cleared. Mr. Cunningham knows that he perpetrated the lie along with all of council and saw to it that I was escorted out of the General Assembly based on something that they did. This was a complete setup. And this is why Mr. Cunningham will not ever set up a meeting for me to come and talk in front of the members of the organization, because he knows for a fact that I have nothing but truth and I have nothing but facts, which is why I told him, you can never, ever say, as the Father is your witness, because our Creator knows that Mr. Cunningham is full of lies, and the Messiah knows that Mr. Cunningham is full of lies, and they know that the entire council and all the pastors are full of lies. And not one person will confront me face to face, eye to eye, to stand on our truths in front of the members, because they know on that day they will fail and be exposed. That's why nobody has ever brought me to court, including Mr. Cunningham and Ms. Madison. So everything that they've done around me was orchestrated into a lie. In fact, Mr. Killingsworth, I haven't read it yet. I see his name right after that question, so I know something's coming. That's a good question. No one has told us yet. They just refused to sign his credential, boom, without any explanation or charge. Mr. Killingsworth would know because he was the assistant pastor of San Antonio, Texas. In fact, Mr. Killingsworth was in room 8.
Sorry.
Maria's laughing.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Killingsworth was in room 8. Now, I'm not going to say anything more than that,
Yeah.
but if you wish, if you want to, Mr. Killingsworth, Jeremy, you can share with them what you saw, what you witnessed, what you heard, what you know that took place in room 8. And I'll leave it there. Jola Violante says, good evening, everyone. Grateful LOL. Educated and smart. The lady that went up in Savannah didn't know any better. She saw those maids walking up and down the aisles. So
Bless her. Poor thing.
see, I didn't know what was going on when they said that somebody walked down the aisle. So yeah, I can see him being afraid now. If the service is going on as a woman walking up that aisle, yeah, Mr. Cunningham not gonna know what in the world. Get the guards, get the guard. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I'm sorry.
I bet she didn't come back.
Yeah, I'm
Got the
sure she
guards
didn't come
called on
back.
Poor thing.
Lifelong said when he said he took care of COVID, right. He said he took care of COVID, and again, we lost people. Corinne says that he's referring to Mr. Bailey's comment about COVID, him having control over it, right. Lifelong says, Mr. Cunningham, Addie Cunningham says, I am your delivery man. Boom, right there. He's saying, put your trust in me. I got this. I got that. I'll take care of you. There was another one after I'm your delivery man where he said, let me carry you. Let me carry you. I have a clip that I haven't shown yet. Someone sent to me where the choir is singing Addie. Bam, 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 bam. How I love you. Right? They're singing that song. So when they get to the high part, dun 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 dun. So they're saying Addie bum 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 Addie bum 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 Addie. Now I'm gonna tell y'all that used to be my thing. They come up on that woo Addie Addie. My wife would be right there. Right. Well, on the video, you see him saying, call me. Call me. Call me. Now, the members keep saying that when you say Addie, we're not talking about the man.
Sure you are.
Mm-hmm.
So why is the man telling the choir, call me?
Call me.
He's not saying, call him. Call him. He's saying, call me. Just like the young lady who said, I worship you. I adore you. I love you. To the same man who told the entire organization, it's okay to worship a man.
And he came with that early.
Yes, this was weeks after he put himself in the seat. Yeshua is King said, did y'all, you know that no members can get on the bus to Portal Drive? Members have to still get a COVID jab to go see the man. Right. Unfortunately, yes. I'm happy to hear that people are not going. I told you a while ago, without talking about a lot of detail, look at what you're being told to do before you get on the buses. I said it this way. If I were anyone, I would not ride the buses. That's how I put it. I would not ride the buses. Now, what does that tell you? Mr. Cunningham has an agenda. I'm going to leave that alone. He's not teaching you to put your trust in our Father. And when there was a woman that he prayed for, he had to call for them to bring a wheelchair up.
And she left in there.
And she still went to the hospital in the ambulance.
That ain't how that's supposed to go.
But he says, people not buying it no more. It's over. Right? What? No. He said that, his exact words were, Jesus had to breathe on the apostles. All I got to do is wave my hand. As if you're competing with the Messiah and you're outshining him. People, this is done. This is done. Educated and Smart said little g. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what he says about himself. Picture, stature, no different.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Tepiphany. I think that's how we pronounce that. Question. Speaking of adultery and chatting, what are your thoughts on practicing yoga? Demonic.
Run.
Run. Demonic.
They're actual poses to a false god. Every one of those positions is a pose to the sun god.
Look at the false gods of India. That should look at their poses and their statues on the buildings, and that'll tell you a lot. In fact, now they even have goat yoga.
Yeah.
Goat yoga is where you get a goat while you're doing yoga and let the goat stand on top of you. If that is not a sign of satanic work,
for real,
you're letting a goat stand over you voluntarily, knowingly, subjecting yourself, putting yourself beneath a goat.
That is wild.
Yeah, you don't. You can stretch. You can do all those things without yoga.
Positions. You don't need none of them positions.
All the chanting and the bells.
That word, I don't even want to say it. That word that they say, the N word, not the.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say it because,
Yeah.
All of that is a chant.
The greetings.
You're coming into agreement with their gods.
The names of the poses, right? All that stuff. All demonic.
Mm.
Not the bells, but the when they take the thing and cause vibrations.
Mm-hmm.
Vibrations, nothing wrong with that. But when we utilize these things in conjunction with rituals, that's where it becomes something other than.
That was a great question.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tepiphany. There's a link that Maria put up. Jeremy says yoga is a religion, and the stretches are performed in worship to the pantheon they believe in. Right.
Like
Boom.
Is it Hinduism?
Oh, by the way, it's Tiffany. It's just Tiffany.
Tiffany. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tiffany. That's Tiffany? Okay.
I thought so.
It is.
Tiffany. Yeah. All right. My bad. But because it's Satan's kingdom. And we won't get into all these other kinds of spirits. There's somebody that I read before had a dream of a spirit coiled up beneath the house of prayer while people were caught up under one of the leaders.
I think that also with that yoga is that Kundalini spirit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kundalini. Yep.
Kundalini.
Yeah, some Kundalini, some say Kundalini. But yes, all idolatry. Educated, smart, Bishop Dolores Matter, right? That part. Somebody said Archbishop. So 1 second. So Ad was in Savannah tonight? No, this was a while back when this took place. That's why there will be a new heaven and a new earth, Corinne says. Yes. Educated, smart. No, he's not in Savannah. He's up north, right? Making rounds to pick up bags. educating the smart. Now think about this. Why is he going around to collect bags full of money, but helping nobody who needs it? And telling you to trust God. Don't trust me. No matter if you ain't got no, trust him. But all these other leaders said that you the one who's going to provide for us. Now he in the seat. Nah, we nah. You give me. And I'm going to talk to him for you. No. He's at home because people are coming to Portal Drive for Christmas. Hello, everyone. It Ghost. Giovanni, it's out, Brother Lewis, that money was missing under you. And Bishop Bailey sat you down. I'm not surprised. There's been so many things said about me. I'm not surprised. All I can do is laugh at this stuff. And again, I tell people who call me, record the conversations. I want you to record it so people can hear my voice. There's stuff on Facebook about me. What's the other channel?
Instagram,
X. People saying all kinds of stuff. I'm not surprised. All I can say is, yeah, look for more. But nobody has any evidence for anything.
Because that's not true.
Because it's not true. Anything I say about them, I have evidence. Mr. Bailey, as pastor, some of these men took money. And it's absolutely true. Anyway, he's not here. But Mr. Cunningham is here. And Mr. Cunningham knows a whole lot of things that he's done and is doing that he knows that he's covering for. But a lot of these things are about they'll come out in a room where the members may not be there to hear this stuff. But the thing is, court documents become public record. I'm going to say that and I'm going to leave that alone. Just throwing stuff out there. That's the only song they know, but I enjoyed hearing them sing it. Not sure which one that is. Even Jingle Bells. If y'all ever do your research on Jingle Bells, it's such a dark history behind that song. You'd never sing it again.
Yeah, one horse open sleigh.
Yeah, you know about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jingle Bells is based on people who wore iron clasps around their neck. And it had hooks that came out. And at the end of those hooks was a round, circular, ironed weld that had a clasp that held bells hanging from the clasp. And the purpose for the bells was in the event that these people tried to run away from their masters,
Mm-hmm.
it would trigger bell ringing.
Yep.
So when they took after them in one horse open sleighs,
they say, "Oh, what fun!"
Hunting.
Mm-hmm.
We need to research and study these things.
Some of us still take our dates on picnics.
Oh, y'all don't even want to know what picnicking is.
Right.
See, somebody's studying. And a lot of this stuff is covered up. I cannot tell a lie. I cut down the cherry tree. It wasn't no tree. But things are being covered up. That was a flag in the courtyard of City Hall, Philadelphia. But things are covered up. And if you don't start seeking individuals who can support what you're believing with facts and confirmed and backed up with documented evidence, even your evidence needs to be studied and researched, because some evidence is not factual. Black Diamonds, you talked about the song "We Thank You" that the adult choir from DC sang in service. The song came from the Mississippi Mass Choir, recorded in 1986. Yes, it did. Absolutely.
How about our Savior?
Yes. And they replaced those names in these songs with the title Addie. It's on YouTube. That's why I love YouTube. We have all these songs that they're replacing titles all the time. So with that in mind, with that said, yeah, worshiping, replacing, substituting our Father, the Messiah, the Savior with these men. Educated and smart. Which one? If there's another comment, please let me know. I don't want to miss anyone. Go up. Okay. Not in Savannah. Bishop Dolores Madison. Little G. The lady that went up in Savannah didn't know any better. She saw those maids walking up and down the aisle, so she thought she could do it too. That one I've read. Commodore's too good. Are the people being targeted people? Oh, I thought I'd cover this. Are the people being targeted? People that have paid their rent? Also, it's against the law to put people out. Yes, there are some places where it was unlawful to put people out during the cold season. Some of those places still exist, but when it comes to laws, we have to stay on top of laws because laws change every year. And there are sessions being met with certain legislative bodies whose job it is to make laws and undo laws, where they're passing laws all the time that the people may not know anything about. That's why it's good for the organization to have a liaison or a public relations officer in the event that we need to be updated and kept up when it comes to the law of the land, the various changes, updating ourselves with information, as well as keeping ourselves in compliance with these issues. Because if you don't have a relations officer, a public relations officer, a liaison, a PR specialist, all of these things, consultants, then you're going to be behind the curve. And the problem is the organization known as United Health Prayer for All People, we're dinosaurs. We haven't come out the cave yet. Why? Because there's so much corruption. They know that if they utilize modern day technology for a whole lot of our programs, it's going to expose stuff they've been doing for the last 80 plus years. That's why they try to use books, pencils, and pens, and the same people everywhere. That's why they don't introduce a lot of people in the upper echelons of the organization, because they don't want people who they're not going to be able to trust, which is the same reason why they keep the men in these positions as pastors that can't do a whole lot even for themselves, because they don't know who they're going to be able to put there that they can trust, especially when so much is going on. They need to try you. And if you haven't proven yourself trustworthy by doing dirt, then they won't put you out there to trust you. If you look at the caliber of these men, then you can see a lot of these men, especially these men at the top, they're not giving the truth. They're not telling the truth. They don't even know how to deliver the truth anymore, because they've been involved in so much wrongdoing that they know that if they do, then they're going to be brought down quick. And I think that's it. Oh, cult. Yes, he did. He said it was all right to be a cult. This is in the video. I played a clip, and I gotta remember. I saw your text earlier, and I will be forwarding to you that page. There is a page where someone is putting together clips. I think it's titled UHOP Needs Truth. Can you look that up?
What is it supposed to be yet?
Channel page, UHOP Needs Truth,
Okay.
to see if that's the one. Where we have somebody's putting together video clips, and they're showing various clips, a few seconds long, a few minutes long, showing you,
Subscribe to them. Hang on.
showing you throughout the years where this one said this one said that, Cunningham said that, Mr. Cunningham said this, Mr. Bailey said this, others said that. And they're showing you, letting you hear them say some of the most outlandish things. That's one of them, where Mr. Cunningham said, people talking about we a cult. We ain't no cult. And if we are a cult, he says, so what if we are a cult? He said, we're not a cult in the negative sense.
What was the name you thought it was?
UHOP Needs Truth.
Okay.
I think that's it. I might be wrong. But he said, we're not a cult in the negative sense. In other words, saying that we are one in a positive sense. But we're not a cult in a positive sense at all. It's a cult, period. In fact, well, I don't. You will easily see in 2 or 3 more weeks that the House of Prayer is nothing but a cult. You're going to see this in 2 or 3 more weeks. UHOP Needs Truth.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. UHOP Needs Truth.
I can maybe show.
And we're going to post the link so you can see all these various clips of what has been said all around the place. So Maria's about to post it now. And that brings us to the end of your questions. Is there anything else anybody would like to add? I'm not sure whether Jeremy was here to hear me say earlier about him being in room 8. But we know for a fact that council sets people up. They will have meetings on people. They will orchestrate how they're going to carry out their plots and their plans. Sometimes they don't just meet on the House of Prayer property. They will meet on private property. So anyway, these things have been done, are still being done. But the takeaway from tonight is that this is over. It's done. And it's just a few more days, if not just a few more weeks. Hang in there, because there's not going to be another year of any of this nonsense. It's over. This is a wrap. And when you look at, if you pay attention to the people, there's people who live in the apartments. They're embarrassed for the world to even see them going in and out of the apartments now. People run out to their car, run in from their car. There's nobody sitting out on the patios and the balconies and talking to anybody no more. They're embarrassed.
You know, can I say something to your point?
Yep.
People have to also think just a little bit of critical thinking, in the sense of, look at the administration that we're under right now.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said people just got to think, like, look at the administration that we're under right now.
Right.
And it is not business as usual, whether you like it or not. So this is something that, believe me, his administration is groveling for. So you can think it ain't happening if you want to.
Yeah, they've been having back-to-back meetings, if y'all don't know. They've been having back-to-back meetings at headquarters. Some meetings have been held at hotels so that nobody would even know about meetings. Some meetings have been held in private homes. And how do we know about these meetings? Yeah. Jeremy said, what is a cult in a positive sense? What does that even mean?
Right.
Jeremy, I told them about room 8. And I said, if you wanted to tell them, I'll let you tell them. But I just mentioned your name and room 8. So if you do, you can say yes or not right now, or you don't remember. But before we close out, is there anything anybody else would like to add, share, ask, or touch on before we close out for the night? Again, there's a 10-second delay on you. I need to shorten it to maybe 5 seconds. And that's so that people who's commenting, they won't flood the chat page. Going once. Educated and smart. Waiting for the day of the big announcement. Now that will be announcements, right? That announcement is coming very, very, very soon. And I know I can't stand that word either. Soon is such an open-ended word. It doesn't really say a whole lot. But all you all need to know is that this is over. A lot of people are not really doing a whole lot of things. And the fact of the matter is that the leader, he's not only nervous, but the entourage, they simply don't know what to do. And so we're at this place where, because they don't know what to do, all they can do is just keep going around to make it look like there's nothing is happening. So for the, who was that? I think that was Sector 606. Said nothing's happening, nothing's gonna happen, blah, blah, blah. You'll never win. I put a comment on there for you, Sector. Just keep watching and remember that you said that. Remember you said nothing's going to happen. Nothing's happening and you're not going to. Remember you said those words. So with that said, if there's nothing further from anyone, we'll go ahead and close out for tonight. We want to thank you all for those of you who are able to join. We know that others wanted to, but were not able. But we're grateful for this particular platform because the video will be posted as soon as we close out for others to come back and watch on their time. For those of you who came in late after we got started because you were occupied or what have you, we're grateful also because you can go back and watch as well. Let me do this. There is on a platform called Rumble. Can you add that too? On a platform.
I'll put it in the description. It's in our description.
It's on our descriptions on the videos. And Jeremy said I can say it. He got to run. He'll give more later when he can assume. Jeremy's in the Philippines, and he's taking care of some things. But room 8, he let me know that he happened to be there with the council, was jokingly saying that if they have to pool all of their money together, they're going to see to it that they will never, ever allow Lewis to beat 6 and M Street. What made it comical is that all of the names of the individuals that were there were not the pastor of M Street. But it bothered them to such an extent that they all said, even if we got to put everything, all the houses together, we will never let Lewis beat M Street. Now, Jeremy was there. He knew what we were preparing. Tony Sperlin, I think he's on here also. He was on earlier. Giovanni Gillum. They knew what we were doing. No, Giovanni wasn't in San Antonio. But they knew what we were doing. Same thing with Joshua. In San Diego, this carried over to San Antonio. But they said they were going to pool, if they got to pool their money together. That's where they started talking about whatever they got to do to prevent me as pastor of San Antonio, along with Jeremy and others, to continue climbing the ranks in the organization, especially by beating 6 on Elm Street. That was the year, I think it was 2010, that I told Mr. Whitner that we're going to beat Washington, and we will be hosting the announcement weekend the next year in San Antonio, Texas. We welcome everybody here to make your way to San Antonio when we host announcement weekend. Announcement weekend. And this was the whole time when Mr. Bailey talked about building a cathedral for San Antonio. The council got together and they started right at that weekend, getting their plans and plots together along with Mr. Cunningham to have Mr. Bailey's favor turned against me instead of towards me, because of some other things that they were expecting to happen that I haven't talked about on the videos yet. But the council knows this. So anyway, Jeremy happened to be there, and he cracked up laughing because he was filling me in on what the councilmen, some of the leading men on council, were talking about in that room together. And they do this on occasion. I can tell you some of the houses that they meet in. I can tell you some of the places where they meet. I can tell you some of the times that they meet during convocation. I can tell you some of the places where they get together, even around the services. People, they got this whole thing so orchestrated. Y'all have no idea. They run in circles around you all. But anyway, the good news is it's all over, and we're coming to an end. That said, thank you all for joining in with us. We hope that you enjoyed as much as we did, and we will see you all this week in the upcoming videos.
Everything about Rumble's in the comments, but I posted it also right in, I meant the description. It's in the description and in the comments.
About Rumble is in the description of this video, and she posted the link also in the comments. On Rumble, you will find the original first set of videos where we started
From the beginning.
December 31st, 2024, on an island.
On an island at about 10 p.m.
Yes, we were led at that moment. Get the camera, start tonight before 24 goes out. Begin with the very first video. And that's the first video that we put out. The series following that, I think there was 42 videos that was done before we had the issue with somebody tampering with our YouTube channel, and we did not post them again. So they are on Rumble, the original beginning. And if you haven't seen them, the most popular video on Rumble is
Number 6.
video number 6.
Yep. Number
Woo!
6.
People said they couldn't take it. They had to turn it off.
It was, oh, wow. It was powerful.
Oh, gosh. So they had to, I can't. And other people said they had to keep trying to get through it. But anyway, that's there for you all. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, for your questions, for your participation. We're grateful for all of you who have the opportunity to come together with us like this, and we will continue to keep you updated on what's going on in the organization that we hear about. We're not caring about what Mr. Cunningham is doing. We're no longer concerned about what he or the council is doing. They've already been terminated. It is unofficial, yet officially we will have confirmations, affirmations, and things done to show everyone that it's now official by the law of the land. And then you will see that he nor any of the current men who still in the positions that they're occupying as chairmen and pastors, they will not again walk in those doors and sit up in the front for the rest of their lives.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
So in Cunningham robe, I don't know, he might have 4, but I'm pretty sure that 3 means you're a doctor. Did he receive an honorary doctorate from somewhere or something? Or does he just wear those not knowing what they
now
mean?
We're opening up worms, cans of worms. He's hitting on something I hadn't touched on yet. But there's a one of his robes have the bars that are on the
Yeah, and I'm
sleeve,
like, Doctor Who.
right? And for these robes, it has significance.
Right.
And if you're wearing a robe that has bars, but don't know what the significance is,
Mhm.
it really says a lot about that person.
It does. Those bars mean you are studied, you have been to college, and you have a legitimate, accredited doctorate of ministry, theology, something of those, something of that stature.
Right.
And I mean, I just think that it's more of a formality. This is what I'm supposed to look like in this position versus I am truly credentialed. So I just wanted to, because that's something that's been, it's just been jumping out at me, and I don't think people really realize what those bars are for. But I only know that because I have real doctors in my family, So like, yeah.
And we have some on the board,
Mm-hmm.
and we have others coming. And see, even for the leaders that did receive a doctorate, they didn't get it because they attended classes.
Mm-hmm.
They're called honorary for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They didn't go to school. They didn't acquire learning. They didn't get this knowledge. It was given to them.
Yeah, there's a 1984 case that determined that a religious organization can bestow a honorary doctorate upon their leader. Played out in court where the courts basically upheld that religious organization's ability to do that. And with that came all of the legal rights to be able to do that, which means, so if you have an honorary doctorate from a religious organization, you can go out and change your first name to doctor if you so desire. Yeah. But that does not mean that your honorary doctorate is accredited. It just means that you have a few extra rights with that piece of paper.
And for those of you who don't understand what he just said by law, an institution, a religious institution, can give you a title by awarding you with a certificate that says, we're calling you that, even though you didn't earn it. Accredited means it didn't come from an accredited institution of higher learning.
The world has to honor you as such. You didn't have to work for it, but we still got to call you
right,
doctor.
And see, I'm gonna drop another another gem nugget.
You need some sleep, honey.
Yeah, it's coming. So that video is gonna be late tonight. But another nugget is the doctorates came from individuals who certain people, now I'm looking in the camera because you know who you are, who know certain people, who has the authority because of their position within these institutions to nudge somebody to give something to somebody. So these institutions did not give these doctorates because they wanted to recognize them for their achievements or accomplishments. They gave them these doctorates because somebody who was in a position, a very prestigious position within the institution, received a phone call from somebody they knew very, very, very well. And they nudged someone to give a doctorate. And this is how these things happen. The same way Mr. Cunningham just had a street named after him. He hasn't done anything to get a street named after him. How's he being honored for this? But people know people. And so because you know people, you got certain people behind closed doors going up to other people saying this, that, and the other, and look at this, look at that, and they look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. And all of a sudden now they're being awarded with something that they never earned. It's just something to be able to say that they have this honor attributed to them. But if you ask the question, why are they being honored? There's no answer. This is why they say it's not what you know,
It's who you know.
it's who you know. People who should be receiving honors aren't getting honored. Why? Because they don't know the right people. And you got a lot of people being honored who should never be honored because they don't have any accomplishments or achievements. But because they know the right people, they're literally being pushed forward. The same way certain ones in this institution are being pushed forward by giving them a title of General Assembly Secretary, giving them a title, I don't know, chairman, giving them a title of a judge, naming them apostle instead of an elder, putting them forward, pushing. If you pay attention, you'll see the same names always on these programs throughout the organization. And the only time you don't see one of those names is whenever you see somebody who's being tried. If the leader want to see, if they think they have a problem out of you, they'll throw you out there in the front of the people to see how you're going to deliver a sermon. I want to see, are you going to lift up the Messiah? Are you going to give that word? Or are you going to tell the people about me? And they know they're now in the fire. And if they don't talk about that bishop, they know a few days after that, you're out. And somebody else is going to be in that position with that title. This is what's going on. That's why also you see certain people getting bumped up. Because when they do speak, if they do a good job of making the bishop look good, oh, they're going to throw them out there again and again. And then pretty soon, which is why you see Miss Madison, if she says, I can imagine that person being the chairman one day. I can imagine that person having the district here, there. That same year, later that year, you're going to see that they're a chairman. The same year, you're going to see that they got a district. They got a title or position. That's how it works. Anyway, that said, everybody, Rumble has those original videos, the way that this all got started. You will see the background. You'll see how it all began right there. Thank you for your attention, your time. We've enjoyed this time with you all. We look forward to the next time. Until that time, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your night. Enjoy your week coming up. And we'll see you in a matter of a few days. Have a good night. Good evening, everybody. Great night, everybody. I don't say good night, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I don't. And there's reasons that we'll get into later. But have a people been studying. Have a great evening, everyone. Have a great night, everyone. And we pray that our Father continues to shine upon you and have favor on you as well, in all of his graces and his mercies through his darling Son, our Messiah, our Savior, Husha, and through the Ruach HaKodesh. With that in mind, enjoy, and we will see you in the next few videos. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. Later.
Absolutely. Take care, boss.
You too.